give Ms. Baldwin some time or whatever your pleasure.
Everyone, I'm calling this meeting to order. This is the meeting of the Pittsboro Board of Commissioners for Monday, June the 13th, 2022. And as is our custom, we'll begin our meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. I would note the passing of Welford Harris from Pittsboro and Siler City this last week, and hope that folks would keep his family in their thoughts and prayers. Commissioner Farrell, would you be so kind as to lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda either as it stands or as it might be proposed or modified.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Shipp to modify. I mean,
To approve.
to approve. Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Rose. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I'd like to present the resolution commemorating Juneteenth at this point. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest celebration of the emancipation of African-American slaves and is so named for the June 19th, 1866 adoption of Black Independence Day in Galveston, Texas. And whereas Juneteenth is also known as Jubilee Day, Freedom Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day. And whereas Juneteenth celebrates America's commitment to liberty and equality in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, along with the Emancipation Proclamation issued by President Lincoln on January the 1st, 1863, and the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery, ratified by Congress on December 6th, 1865. And whereas on June 17th, 2021, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, signed legislation declaring Juneteenth a federal holiday, enshrining June 19th as the National Day to commemorate the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas on June 28, 2021, the Mayor and Board of Commissioners for the town of Pittsboro declared June 19th of every year as Juneteenth, establishing that day as a recognized town holiday and encouraged employees and residents alike to take the day to take action to advance freedom and equality for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Board of Commissioners for the town of Pittsboro recognizes June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth for the year 2022 and encourages the community to use this day to reflect and take stock of the progress made since last year's Juneteenth celebration, as well as the progress yet to be made. Adopted this June 13th of June, 2022, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Shipp. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Citizens Matters is next with manager updates first. Chris Kennedy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope everybody's doing well on this rather warm Monday in June, as we might expect, I guess, nowadays. A few updates for the board and for the public this evening. The first is on our look ahead. It's on the consent agenda. You may have noticed I've extended the timeline out until the full fiscal year for next year. So what I try to do is target about 12 months worth of time. So we previously had been doing the calendar year for the look ahead. And now what I've done is I've added and gone all the way to June 30th of next year in that look ahead document. So want to give you more than 6 months as we proceed forward. So if you look at that, there's an adjustment to that where I've added the next 6 months. Now, a lot of that is, again, to be determined, kind of working off the schedule that we had for this past year. Certainly the board each year in December adopts their agenda schedule for the next calendar year. If that changes, then we'll update accordingly. But we've had a pretty good consistent basis of having the meeting every other Monday as we currently have scheduled. So I've taken the liberty of projecting that forward. But certainly that is subject to change if we need be. I want to provide an update on the Knight Farm Community Park splash pad. We've been working with certainly our Parks and Recreation staff as well as the folks at Chatham Park. Have been working to try to keep that splash pad open. We apologize for maybe undue confusion about shutting it down, opening it back up. Our goal is to try to keep that open for as long as we can. We appreciate the partnership with the folks at Chatham Park Investors and helping us work towards some interim solutions to make sure that the integrity of the system stays viable for the long term in the future. But we intend to try to keep that facility open. If folks are curious about what the latest is, we'll keep a general accounting of what's going on the town website as well as on our social media to the best of our ability. So if you're making a day trip out there and you're curious whether it's open and want to check before, check our Facebook page or our town website, and we'll have the latest and greatest there. If you don't see anything, then we'll presume that it's operational and open to the public. My third update for this evening is the town has signed a contract for a future land use plan. We're going to be working with Stewart, a planning consulting firm, to look at the future land use plan. Our most recent adoption of that is in 2012. The board obviously looks at this periodically. I think it's we'll have some conversation about that later when we get to the rezonings that are on the agenda. So as we have some of those conversations, really wanted to kind of head off some of that conversation perhaps about the desire that the board had, and we funded that last year for this current fiscal year's budget to move forward with that project. And we're anticipating that Stewart will be working with us for probably the next 6 months or so. We're hoping to deliver the future land use plan, obviously through a series of public engagement procedures and initiatives to hopefully have that maybe delivered around Christmas. So anyone who's interested in maybe perhaps working on that endeavor, we still have more to cover, whether we want to do stakeholder meetings or other committees. Certainly this board and the planning board are obvious choices for some of those, but we're having more intentional conversations as we move forward into the new fiscal year to greenlight that project further. The third or the fourth and fifth updates I have are simply just reminders for events we have locally in Commissionership. I probably step on your toes with at least one of these. As Main Street Pittsboro has an Arts in the Parks this week on Thursday with an event. If you haven't been by downtown lately to Page Vernon Park, the mural is, to the best of my knowledge, is complete. There may be a clear coat being applied, but the mural that the board authorized several months ago with some funding to Main Street Pittsboro, that is aesthetically complete. There may be some tightening up of putting the clear coat on it, but I think it looks pretty good juxtaposed to the actual trees, not the ones simply just painted on the building. So I think that'll be a good event for this week. Hopefully the weather will be a little cooler to make it a little more bearable, but hopefully there'll be some refreshments out there either way. And then the second event that I'd like to announce is one that we already know about in many ways, is Summerfest. That's going to be on July 3rd. That's Sunday before July 4th. And so the PBA is putting that event on. It'll be in the same configuration as last year. It'll be on what we've labeled the future town hall site between Salisbury Street and Hank Street. So we look forward to another great event there, and just want to bring it to attention of the populace of Pittsboro. And we'll probably have another reminder in 2 weeks when we get to that point, but look forward to another great event there. That's all I have for you this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. I was not able to, because of a conflict on events, I was not able to go to last week's Climate Change Advisory Committee, but there are some discussions that have been conveyed to me. And today we received an announcement by Shannon Culpepper that the county has received funding for 2 EV chargers. One's a fast charger that would be going to Siler City, to a restaurant there in the Walmart Center, and a level 2 station at the Ag Center. I don't know if that's the current existing one or if there'll be another one.
It's here. I think both of those are installed and operational.
Okay. Kevin Lindley of the county's Environmental Quality Office and a member of the Climate Change Committee said that a portion of those funds were in alignment with the county's goal of encouraging electric vehicles and reducing carbon emissions. On May 29th, we had a vigil for gun safety here in Pittsboro. On June 1st, I attended, along with Commissioner Shipp, the town and city dinner at the Raleigh Convention Center, which was an event by the legislative
League of Municipalities.
League of Municipalities, where I had the pleasure of introducing and interviewing Robert Reeves, our House Democratic leader. And Commissioner Shipp and I made some important contacts with Burlington elected officials, and we followed up on that by asking them to exchange some ideas about what they have taken on for improvement of water quality. June is LGBTQ Pride Month. June the 9th, I attended a luncheon put on by Chatham Magazine for the women of the 2022 Women of Achievement in Chatham and Durham and Chapel Hill, past and present. I note upcoming, we have a grand reopening of the plant on the on Wednesday, I believe it is. And yes, the Page Vernon Park mural, Michael Brown was in charge of that, and with his assistant, whose name I cannot remember. Do you know her name? Anyway, the I've stopped and talked to him a couple of times, but one of the really, I think that the mural is just absolutely beautiful. And so I think that's going to be a wonderful highlight for the upcoming event there. So that's all I have. And Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin?
Don't actually have anything other than to say we did meet with Chatham County, and that was a great meeting. I will have to say that it was an excellent meeting. Hope to do it again in the near future. At least I'm hoping at least once every 6 months with all elected officials, because it was a very good meeting, very eye-opening. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Commissioner Farrell? I'm sorry,
PBA will be
Mr. Bonds? I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'll take a pass.
Okay,
PBA will be meeting Wednesday morning. I should be there for that if nothing exciting happens. Other comment I have is hopefully like to get a little comment from the other board members and then try to open our meetings up more to the public. I mean, I think it's time that we get a little back to normal. I did bring this up a couple of months ago about possibly doing a smaller, like second Monday at the town hall and do the fourth Monday at the courthouse. That's just my thought. I think that, you know, we need to get a little back to normal. Let people into our meetings and let them know that they're welcome. That's all I have.
thank you. Commissioner Ship?
I'll just say quick, Commissioner Farrell, I agree that I think we had talked a little bit about an alignment of a meeting a month that's a little more of a work session and a meeting a month that's a little more of a public meeting, public input, things like that. So I'd be in favor of that alignment too. Not particular about the location. I think this is really great here. If we could have some more room for the public too. So on Thursday, we had 3 weeks in between here. So Thursday, May 26th, we had a meeting with Greensboro elected officials and staff. And that was a really productive meeting. Hope to be able to announce some more things from that soon, but it was really great to coordinate with them and meet with them. May 30 was Memorial Day. So I did a couple activities with the VFW for that day. And June 1st, as the mayor said, we went to the town and state dinner. And then on June 9th, we had the joint county board meeting. Coming up on June 16th, we have Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meeting, the Main Street Pittsboro Arts in the Parks, which is from 6 to 8. And then also Circle City Merchants is doing the thing from 4 to 7 at SoCo. So lots of music and activities downtown on that Thursday. Friday, June 17th, the Pittsboro Gallery of Art is doing a grand opening with their new owners. And now that we can gather a little more publicly, I guess they've been open for about almost a year now, I think. June 22nd is EDC and I'll be out of town. So Commissioner Vos will be attending that for me. All right. We did talk before, but just make sure to remember. And then, so.
You're going.
Yeah. Right? Just for concerns, the force main progress in general and Wooten assistance with that, if we could call it that. And so just glad to see that we have an update from them next meeting, and I hope it's a good one. And then also, Chris, really glad that we have the future land use plan under contract for an update. That's part of what got me here from the planning board in this seat. So I'm glad we're going to accomplish that. And I'm from a concern point of view, I'd like to see more, the future land use plan be a more useful tool for rezonings that we have, like some we have tonight. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Bose.
2 Sundays ago, Waylon and I were able to attend the vigil call to action against gun violence. Glad to be there for that. I also agree that the meeting between us and the county commissioners was absolutely worth its time, and that we should do that more often, once or twice a year. I think we should all make time for that. It was healthy. On the 9th, I attended the TARPO meeting. I guess the only update for the purposes of our board is that the acceleration of the Chatham Parkway South was discussed and approved by both RTCC and RTAC boards. I know we're going to talk about that more tonight. I think that's pertinent. Then the Arts Council meets tomorrow night. That'll be my first meeting with them, and it's in person, so I'm glad for that.
Very good. At this point in our meeting is the time for public comment. At last look, there was no one signed up, but is there anyone who is Zooming in who wanted to speak and has not yet signed up? Hearing none, then we'll proceed then to the consent agenda, which consists of 5 items. Is this a consent agenda that the board feels that they would like to pass as proposed, or would they like to modify the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Thank you. Second, Commissioner Shipp made the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Under the new business, the first item is, and the first section of new business is the legal services agreement regarding 1,4 dioxane litigation, PFAS and PFOA. And Chris Kennedy?
Yes, ma'am. I'll tee this up, and Mr. Messick, who's sitting to my left here, can certainly interject with his legal insights as needed, and certainly as upon discussion of the board, if that's so needed. For the public's sake, if you haven't read the memo, basically I tried to include a bit of refresher about the process of the board getting to this point of a legal services agreement. Certainly, the public is largely aware of our water quality concerns and us seeking to recoup some of the expenses and future expenses that we are likely to incur with continued advanced treatment measures at our water treatment plant. And so last fall, Mr. Messick developed a request for information and submitted that to known and some other sources, trying to solicit information from legal firms about their approach to potentially litigating to recover costs for, to investigate and to recover costs for 1,4-dioxane treatment and PFAS treatment as well. And so the board recently interviewed Shara Edling. Mr. Messick and I certainly talked to a few firms before that, but we interviewed Shara Edling, and the board found comfort in working with them. And so what we have before you this evening is 2 legal service agreements, one for 1,4-dioxane and one for PFAS. And PFAS includes all the PFOA, PFOS, and PFAS compounds together. It's PFAS is the plural, not just the singular emerging contaminant. And so really looking to approach those. Obviously, they have different impacts and different infrastructure that's required with them. So in conversations, we have found it prudent to pursue 2 different agreements because it's likely two or multiple different people that we potentially seek action against. As we talk about at the board level, these won't be quick efforts. They will likely take years to fully pursue. And obviously there's many opportunities for this to result in frankly, nothing, to result in juries, to result in settlements. But we know that obviously the amount of money that we've expended thus far, which is actually in excess of $3.5 million, because the 3.4 million and change that we've expended for the Fast Track GAC project, that number is not inclusive of the pilot study expense, other engineering reports, other measures like PAC that we currently use in our plant. So all those things combined, we're already in excess of $3.5 million. In order to install the proper measures that we need in our plant, we're probably going to need in excess of $23 to $25 million of capital costs to install these. And then you have the perpetual maintenance, the elevated energy costs, the elevated chemical costs. The GAC media itself is expensive year in and year out. So it's one thing to procure the vessels, it's another thing to have deliveries of the GAC media itself periodically throughout the year. So the town is certainly incurring a significant amount of cost as we move forward to provide our customers good, reliable water. So again, I don't want to over illustrate what we've been working on. I know the public has been very patient and a lot of calls for us to pursue something like this. And so we hope that the public's in support of this, and I'm sure each of you probably fielded a fair number of phone calls and emails on your own. But we feel like this is a positive step forward. We know it won't be as quick as we would like it for it to be, but we hope it's effective. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about these, and certainly Mr. Messick's here to answer any questions you may have for him.
Questions by the board?
I'd just say a little further for the public, a lot of this, what we've been working on with this has happened in closed session, and a lot of it going forward will happen in closed session. So we won't be able to give you all the updates that you might want to hear as we haven't been able to do so far, but we will be working on it, and we'll keep you updated as much as we can. Another note really is that this will have a 23 to 25% fee associated with it. So whatever our costs are, we would still be accountable for 23 to 25% of those, which is better than 100% today. So there's that. And then I think it's worded a little strangely, or it's worded in two different areas, if I'm reading this correctly, but any awarded attorney's fees would go towards that percentage, correct? Yeah. So hopefully that would be less with some award there.
And Mr. Messick, for the purposes of the public, these are lawsuits that would be against towns or corporations?
It's investigation first to determine who might be responsible and what opportunities there might be to pursue those opportunities. So it's not litigation tomorrow. It is investigation of the situation and trying to identify potential responsible parties. And then the town will be able to make a choice about what remedies or what avenues it wishes to take to try to deal with those responsible parties.
Thank you. Other questions?
No questions from me, but I do want to thank Mr. Messick and staff for diligent work to get us to this point. It's been a long time coming. I'm very eager for this to commence. And I'd like to overemphasize Commissioner Shipp's point that for legal strategic reasons, we're constrained. We've been constrained from having conversations about this, but rest assured that the vote that I think this board is about to take indicates our great concern about this matter and our determination to make our ratepayers and taxpayers whole.
Thank you. Any further questions? In that case, I'll ask for a motion with respect to each agreement, as well as an authorization for the manager to execute those agreements.
Is it possible to make a motion to encompass all three of those things?
Yes, sir.
I should think so.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Bonnets. Is there seconded by Commissioner Rose? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We have public hearings this evening, 3 of them. The first one is rezoning for 102 Park Drive. And I believe that this is going to be held. So the first thing we need is a motion to go into public hearing. Could I have that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ship,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Farrell. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. With respect to this, is planning staff going to attend by remote connection? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Janie Phelps, our planner too, is going to be the
Thank you,
the staff
Jenny
person for
Phelps.
this.
Would you introduce the matter for us?
Yes, I will. Can you all hear me just fine?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen as well, if that's all right.
Please.
So what I have pulled up is the property. This is 102 Park Drive. It's a request for a conditional zoning from R12, which is medium density residential, to OICZ, which is office and institutional conditional zoning. The proposed uses are for multifamily dwelling, single family detached dwelling, administrative government services, medical and dental office, broadcast studio, a parking deck or lot as a principal use, office building, farmer's market, and bed and breakfast 1. The planning board met on April 4th, 2022, and they were concerned about the number of proposed uses that was originally in the application. The board voted unanimously to table the item and requested a reduced set of uses from the applicant. The applicant returned to the planning board on May 2nd, 2022 with the reduced set of uses that I just stated a few moments ago. Applicants of rezoning requests must answer some statements that we have outlined in our application and in our UDO. They have to address consistency with the comp plan. Pittsboro currently doesn't have a comprehensive plan, but we do have various plans that would be part of an official comprehensive plan: a land use plan, bike and ped, comprehensive transportation, parks and rec. In relation to these, the proposal is consistent or not applicable with the CTP, bike and ped, and parks and rec. It is inconsistent with the land use plan. Currently, this property is designated as medium density residential. To be consistent would be to amend this designation to the mixed use town center. This is a mixture of land uses, residential, commercial, and civic institutional at a variety of densities. The applicant must address the UDO consistency. They are consistent with the UDO and there are no variance requests. Is the rezoning required by changed conditions? The applicant states that due to the future widening of 15501 or Hillsborough Street, this will create a need for additional office space. How does the rezoning demonstrate a community need? The additional office space will create additional employment opportunities to serve the community. Is the proposed rezoning compatible? Adjacent uses are commercial and residential. The OICZ request would provide a buffer between the existing commercial property, which is the Alpha Center, and residential properties. Does the proposed rezoning result in logical and orderly development pattern? The applicant refers to this creating a buffer between existing commercial and residential. Does the request result in development adequately served by public facilities? Although the town is currently at capacity with sewer and water, this property is within the service range for these utilities once available. The NCDOT STIP project R-5724 will provide pedestrian connectivity. Is the rezoning with significant adverse impacts on natural environment? The applicant proposes to access the property for non-residential uses through the existing Alpha Center, which will avoid a stream crossing and development within the floodplain on the property. Additionally, required buffers are shown in the conceptual plan. How does the rezoning affect property values? The applicant states the tax value will increase with the zoning, and this should have a positive effect on the area. Is the proposed rezoning consistent with the public interest and purposes of this ordinance? The proposed NCDOT road improvements will allow the site to be walkable from downtown Pittsboro. This facilitates economic development along commercial business corridor. Along with standard conditions, the applicant offers 3 additional conditions for the property: that any non-residential uses proposed on the property will be accessed from the Alpha Center, which is parcel 6900. No direct commercial or office access will be provided to the subject property from Park Drive. In addition to this, if this is accessed through Alpha Center, it will need an address change to be off of Hillsborough Street. There is a 50-foot by 30-foot wide construction easement that will be provided by Biological LLC, who is the owner of parcel 6900, to the benefit of the 102 Park Drive property on parcel 79930. The easement will be located at a minimum of 160 feet north of the Park Drive right-of-way. And a cross-access easement will be provided by Biological LLC, owner of parcel 6900, to allow access to Highway 15501 through the existing parking lot of the Alpha Center. The applicant is present and they may have additional information. Also, there have been many citizens who have reached out to us, and from my knowledge, there may be some to speak about the item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bowler, did you want to present first, or do you want to present after the public comment?
In addition, our planner is also.
Oh, okay. And who's the planner?
Brandon Sutton is on.
Okay.
Jeannie is.
Okay. So we have 4 people who've indicated an interest in speaking this evening on this matter, and Chris Kennedy.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Paul Neville, Mr. Paul Jackson. I'm trying to see who else is on the attendee list here. I believe Miss Anna Davidson as well. I had a list for you, Mayor, but I can't access my
Okay.
server, so I can't present it to you. But I would ask for anyone in the public who wishes to speak, simply raise your hand and we can promote you to a panelist to allow you to speak on this item. So if you wish to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom and we'll promote you, and then we'll go in the order in which we see it, and allow folks to, if it's okay with the mayor and the board, to speak that way.
That's fine. So who do we see that has their hand raised?
So right now, Miss Anna Davidson has her hand raised. She's first on my list, so we can go ahead and,
Okay.
I see her. She's just been promoted.
All right, Anna Davidson. If you will unmute. And
Hello.
thank you. Mhm.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. Do you guys normally do cameras on? I don't know how it's streaming there.
We
We
can
have
see you if you'd like to.
We have the map up currently. Did you want to be?
That's fine. I just wasn't sure what was procedure. Okay, hello, everyone. Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've been talking with a lot of my neighbors lately. And there's a lot of concern, mostly about traffic in our neighborhood. I'm a resident of Oakwood Drive. Our neighborhood includes Park Street, Oakwood, Hillcrest Avenue, Kensington. Traffic's been a problem for a while, and there's been a lot of discussion with the town about traffic. And there hasn't really been any movement on traffic calming devices on our road. We don't have speed humps, and we're also not included in the overall sidewalk plan for Greater Pittsboro. And I just want to kind of point out some of the things that aren't really kind of adding up with the public information on this proposed development. If you read through the documents that have been submitted, of course, there's concern about the volume of traffic continuing to increase when we haven't had any traffic calming in place. But if under the the zoning conditions, it says that there would be no direct access from Park Drive, but the Alpha building already has a 2-car entrance to Park Drive. And if any commercial access to the proposed property would need to happen through the Alpha building, then that would have to be solved. So that's one thing. And then, you know, the widening, the additional factors under number 3 was answered that there was a need for additional office space in the proximity of downtown Pittsburgh. Well, we have spaces that have been sitting vacant for years on Lowe's Drive. We have more being built by the new Lowe's grocery store north of town. We also have vacant properties in town. There are also some buildings that may be condemnable. One of them is over by the French Connection. That is a commercially zoned area. There is also a hotel that has not been used right behind the Davenport coffee shop. And the point is that there's a lot of properties already, and this is in a potential floodplain. It's not beautification to our neighborhood. We already have a known traffic problem, and it's just, it's an overly broad application. Farmers market, parking deck, single use, multi-use. I mean, what's it going to be? Do we have to do all of this at once? We already have a road widening that's going to increase 15501 to 4 lanes at the entrance of our neighborhood. And it just doesn't seem like there's really been any real civic planning put in. It doesn't meet beautification or the overall planning goals that towns like Hillsborough have done a really good job with. And it just sort of feels like our neighborhood is forgotten about because it's not Chatham Park and it's older homes, and we have a lot of foot traffic. We have children playing on the side of the road. And so I would ask the Board of Commissioners to strongly consider slowing down this application process and really putting civic planning at the forefront. We started a petition last Thursday at change.org, and I have submitted it for public record, and it so far has 58 signatures of concerned citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Davidson. And can you give me your address on Oakwood Drive?
It's 230 Oakwood Drive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Neville? Did you wish to speak? While we're looking for Mr. Neville, how about Mr. Jackson? In light of that, then, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to? I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's see here. So, Mr. Neville, you're promoted to a panelist. I think you can speak now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Paul Neville. I reside at 194 Park Drive, very close proximity and within several hundred feet of the parcel of land that's proposed for rezoning. There are a number of reasons that I oppose this rezoning request, but I'll focus on 2 major detrimental issues: safety and flooding. You heard a little bit about the safety issue from the last speaker, but as background, when I read through the documentation on the April 4th meeting, the planning board recommended approval of the rezoning request, despite the fact that the land use plan consistency statement advocated denial. In overriding that land use issue, the board cited that this request is reasonable, is in the public interest, and will benefit the surrounding community. I think that conclusion was clearly reached absent feedback from the surrounding community. It's my conversations with approximately 20 residents on Park and Oakwood and in Kensington I've yet to find anyone in the community in these neighborhoods that supports this proposal. The only supportive statement I've ever seen is from the former resident J.A. Webster, who was selling the land in question at that point in time. So I think that that statement may well be considered to be a factor to enable the sale. The new owner of that property, Andrew Stuckey, now lives in the home closest to the proposed development. Andrew has stated to me via email that he's not in favor of this agreement, this development. So the view of the current resident now essentially negates the statement from the former owner, the only positive statement I had seen. I want to talk about safety for a minute. Safety is compromised with the increased traffic on Park and Oakwood. We just heard about that. But with no sidewalks, it's increasingly dangerous to walk these streets. Traffic's not light and speeding is common, with cars, despite a speed limit of 25, routinely going in excess of 50 miles an hour. I've seen multiple instances of mothers with strollers having to rapidly jump into a front yard to avoid traffic. My daughter was running and actually got run off the road by a driver who was speeding on Park Drive. It happens all the time. While these instances are noteworthy, the safety issue is applicable to anyone walking on Park Drive. If you walk your dog, if you go out to see your neighbors, you have to really be careful of that. Increased traffic would not be beneficial to our neighborhood whatsoever. Flooding is common on Park Drive. Many of us pay flood insurance premiums, which are increased on an annual basis. The proposed rezoning will exacerbate this situation by allowing more impervious surfaces that will cause more frequent flooding, with the resultant increase in property claims and accelerating the cost of insurance. This is foreseeable if this zoning change goes through. Consequently, approval of this request, to me, looks like a de facto tax increase for residents like me who have to buy flood insurance. I'm supportive of commercial development in this town. However, this particular parcel of land is ill-suited to accommodate such development. I request that the board deny the rezoning request in its entirety and adhere to the existing land use plan for that parcel as residential property. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. Is there another speaker?
Madam Mayor, I had Mr. Steve Waterman and Kathy Zomsel.
Yes.
And I see a Kathy as under attendees. I'm not sure if that's the same Kathy or not.
Steve Waters and Kathy Zamzel. Are you together on?
I'm not seeing any hands raised from the Kathy that is logged on, so perhaps it's a different one.
Okay,
And right now, Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone else with their hands raised.
all right. There's no one else with their hand raised, so is there any other person who wishes to speak?
What was the story with the Mr. Jackson?
He is no longer logged on. And then see now Brandon Moore has his hand raised.
Brandon Moore? Yes, and you represent the developer, is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. Would you like to speak, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of the comments that were made. My name is Brandon Moore. I'm with the site group, and my address is 1111 Oberlin Road in Raleigh. And I would like to point out that we do anticipate most of our traffic, if not, well, the vast majority of our traffic to enter and exit off of 15501 and through the site rather than coming off any new drive off of Park Drive. We don't think that this is going to provide a large increase in the traffic back through the surrounding neighborhoods. That is not our intention with this. And we have set back the development behind the 100-year floodplain, which is around 150 foot from Park Drive. So part of the reason to come from the Alpha Center is for aesthetic purposes and for stormwater, so that we have room for a stormwater control measure between our development and the buffer, and to leave that tree cover and vegetation between the development and the road.
And Mr. Moore, how big is that buffer? Is it 30 feet?
Oh, it's 30 foot on either side of the stream, plus another 50 foot. I mean, it's a substantial buffer. It's well over 100 foot total.
And that's a vegetated buffer.
It would be existing. It would be undisturbed within the floodplain.
Uh-huh. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Please.
And Madam Mayor, while Mr. Voller is approaching the microphone, Mr. Paul Jackson is trying to attempt to log back in. So if he pops back in, I'll let you know when there's a break in the
Okay,
conversation.
very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to pull them in first? Or just wait?
No, he's not on. I don't see him on there yet, so you're welcome to go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'd like to be clear. I'm representing Vialogica. I don't own the property. Brandon and I are both representing Vialogica, which is owned by Keith McCray. And he also owns the Alpha Center as well, which has been a project in the town for well over 12 years. He's been a good resident of the town. That's one of the first places we actually had a charging station. Originally was that Spectrum was looking to come to Pittsburgh. And I know this sounds kind of crazy considering how much parking there is, but they wanted to have parking available that could have some type of controlled parking if we were to rent them space. And we didn't think it would A, look good, and B, in the best interest of the property owner in the town to put up some type of fence parking right on 15501. So probably 17 months ago, we started talking to the town about how we could actually get a parking lot built behind there for their vehicles. At this point, Spectrum has moved on, so we've lost the opportunity to put them in the building. But when we began the project, the idea was maybe we could build a building back there for a user like Spectrum. I know people can point out other empty properties in town and the amount of commercial space that's been developed or being developed. But having different options that are between development at Mosaic and Chatham Park and downtown, especially this that's walkable to the marketplace and downtown, would be good. And these rents are all going to be different. There's going to be different types of users. You're not talking about a high intensity of use here. The property owner has been very cognizant of the water issues that have affected people to the west. Unfortunately, development happened there years ago, and if you go look at those storm pipes, the storm pipe at the corner of 15501 and Park is probably a 60-inch or a 72-inch, and they're smaller downstream. That's why we don't want to disturb any of that acre that gets beyond even the buffer, and why you'd want to come in from the Alpha Center to build something there. And that's why we've reached out to the town, to the town's engineer, and said, you know, if and when something is proposed here, once a conditional use is granted, the property owner is willing to work with the town on perhaps stormwater measures. I think the property owner began mentioning that when they bought the property 5 or 6 years ago, that if and when, you know, we might be able to help. I don't know what that would look like, but the offer's been made to staff. In the meantime, that site plan shows an appropriate stormwater device that would handle the runoff. We feel empathy for the new owner who bought Sylvia's property. You know, J.A. passed away. They always knew that there was going to be some rezoning next door. We met with Sylvia and the realtor, so we would have hoped that they would have revealed, you know, we've been in process for quite a long time. As I said, the first application was a year ago. And we did have meetings with neighbors when we first put the initial application in, and the neighbors said, we don't want a straight rezoning. I think maybe some of the commissioners might remember when that first application last year, they said they would prefer a conditional rezoning that named the uses, so everyone knew what was going to happen. And that's why the old rezoning was pulled, a new application was put in. New meetings were held with the surrounding property owners to ascertain exactly what they would support and want, and that's where those list of uses came from. There were a couple items that Janie had sent over that she thought we should address, tax implications. I'm not really sure exactly what that means, other than the current property is zoned R12. You could, according to the UDO, you could develop it for residential now, according to what the UDO would allow, which would go straight off to park. It was assessed at $63,000 roughly. It's now assessed at $170,000. If this was developed, obviously the town would get a greater tax base. The property next door was assessed for $1.1 million. It's now assessed for almost $1.5 million. The next reassessment's up to the county every 4 to 8 years. Again, we want to mention that we're not looking to access, the owner's not looking to access Park Drive unless it was just a residential purpose, which it already is now. But if they build this, they would come through the Alpha Center. And there are 2 entrances on the Alpha Center. The one on Park Drive is going to end up working with DOT. I think staff has that map that DOT has submitted, so there will be cooperation there. But most of the traffic would come out to 15501. And as far as, I guess that addresses traffic, just everything else. I'm open for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Bowler?
Sure. The application says that septic is proposed, but I'm assuming that's not correct? Or are you intending to do septic?
I think the intention here is if and when the town has wastewater available to make an application. I mean, in theory, you could go on there and do septic, but we don't want to. Again, when we started it, Commissioner Shipp, we were just trying to see if we could build a parking space, which we can't do, if we were going to add users on the other property. So I think we would just wait until the town had available resources to provide wastewater. Water is available, and that wouldn't be an issue.
Sure. Okay. And then the letter from Brandon says that the 15501 DOT project is going to result in improvements to Park Drive along the majority of the subject property.
That's what we can tell. I mean, again, I'm sure the town manager and staff had seen the latest updates. The only thing that I have that I sent in to Janie was the last thing we had seen. DOT, obviously, 697 Hillsborough Street, which is the other property owned by the applicant, is kind of a key aspect in that whole project, and DOT has been in touch with them. But from what we can tell, you would get improvements on 15501, and there are intended improvements on Park Drive. One of the owners we spoke to who lives across the street, her main concern was if we would help her deal with DOT when they come and improve on Park Drive. I mean, she's not next to this. She was Miss Plummer. She was across the street. So we said, sure, we would happily help you. And all I can say, Commissioner Shipp, is we're just going off what the plans show. Again, that's a STIP plan, and we don't know when it's going to get built.
Sure. Okay.
It shows improvements on the plan.
I just didn't remember improvements to Park Drive that far down Park Drive on that plan, but I might have missed it.
We submitted it to staff if Janie wants to pop it up. I don't know how far it goes down, but it does come around the corner. It may not come to this property, but we would cooperate with DOT.
Okay. Brandon, do you know, your letter said it'll be along a significant portion of the subject parcel on Park Drive?
I'm trying to pull that up right now and look at it again and see what their overlay. Yeah, it comes in front of the property. I don't know if I can share my screen, but it goes 3/4 of the way across our property.
Okay.
On Park Drive.
Is this site plan intended to be a condition of the rezoning, or what's the purpose in showing it?
Perhaps Janie or Brandon could answer that. Oh, there you go. There's yeah, you can see how far
Okay.
down DOT intends to.
Yeah, I missed that before.
Yeah. My understanding, Commissioner Shipp, is that we're submitting the sketch plan because that was, if we were going to do this, this would be the intention of what the layout would be, but we would then further have to come back and submit plans to the town. But this is showing where a building and a parking lot could be an infrastructure, but there's going to be a further process.
Okay, I mean, I think an option of the conditional zoning process is to include that site plan, but is that what you're intending to do?
Brandon, did you hear that?
Yes, and our intention, our understanding is that this is a condition and that, but it's not exact because there are site plan requirements and regulations that we would have to adhere to. And that any substantial change to this layout would require an additional hearing or an amendment.
Okay. And then one of the proposed conditions says that there will be no access via Park Drive for non-residential uses. So how are you going to prevent people from using Park Drive if this is a commercial use?
So the point of that condition is if something happens to the market and this did become residential and the owner needed to sell it to a residential developer, they might not want to have an entrance to their residential development coming from the Alpha Center. So we specifically wanted to condition that if it was commercial, it would come from, or if it was office, it would come from the commercial development rather than Park Drive, but it would leave the option for other types of development. If that did happen, they could develop independently of the Alpha Center completely. Just so we're not overly limiting the, if something else did happen.
Essentially, it's currently zoned residential. So if for some reason that's what it stayed and someone wanted to build a house there, then they probably would be 102 Park Drive. But any other use would go through the Alpha Center and it could be directed to go to 15501 or however the town wants to work without the applicant to direct. But there's plenty of room and plenty of access to get to 15501 and not have to, we don't want to encroach on the area around the blue line, and we would prefer for that to stay undisturbed. So that's the intent of that.
Okay, because the condition says there shall be no access via Park Drive for non-residential development.
Right.
And I don't see how you would prevent access via Park Drive unless you close that driveway if this ends up being non-residential development.
Oh, that was no new access via Park Drive to the actual property. The access from Park Drive to the Alpha Center is remaining. So it would come from Park Drive through the Alpha Center's connection to Park Drive.
Okay, so we would need to change that condition if we were to approve this. And then I guess this is for staff. Is the proposed use of bed and breakfast, is that non-residential or is that residential? Or I guess we could specify, as we rewrite this condition about access, if we were to approve this, we could include where bed and breakfast falls in that. I'll let some others speak.
Other questions?
With respect to the issue of flooding, is there a way to address the permeability of the parking lot portion?
That could be addressed when the site plan is submitted if you were trying to do permeable pavers, Again, if the site stayed as it is and somebody wanted to go in there and go right through the UDO now and build what the UDO allows, it's just an application to the town if you have sewer. This is just imagining some other possibilities that could work in conjunction with the property next door, specifically people that may want to have green collar jobs and be in that kind of building, but also might want to have office space and they need to have a place to park fleets. And currently right now, there's no way, it's kind of crazy. The owner can't go back there and actually address that. So the only way of doing it is to come through this process. But yeah, that could be part, that could be open for a discussion. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I guess it kind of brought up something else. You talked about how this is an important site for pedestrian connectivity to downtown. And then you talk about parking for fleets of vehicles and the use by, Spectrum for parking and a primary use of parking on this site. So how is parking the best use for a pedestrian connection to downtown for fleet vehicles?
Well, if somebody was going to work on that office space, they'd have to park there. If that if the town was interested, originally, if there was no office building to be built and you were trying to create a space which could merely be a gravel parking lot, completely permeable, the owner can't even develop that now. If somebody wanted to come in there and lease 10,000 square feet and say, here's where we want to have a cabinet company and everything, here's where we want to park our vehicles. And the vehicles should be parked behind the building. Nobody really wants to have a fleet of vehicles parked in the front. As far as promoting walkability, it's walkable to downtown because anyone who's working there can actually walk downtown. That's the walkability part. Now, if somebody is parking vehicles for doing other things, then they come in there to work. But currently right now, there are plenty of people that are walking to Aromatic Roasters and other places on the site. I see them there every morning because we have an office there.
Commissioner Shipp, to your question about how the bed and breakfast will be classified. 3.2.4 of the UDO is our land use table, and lodging, which includes bed and breakfast 1 and bed and breakfast 2, is under commercial uses. It is not listed as a residential use.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Did I see that Anna Davidson had a question? Anna, could you bring that question for us? Okay, here we are. How would the traffic be directed to 15501? It will be 4 lanes. Well, actually, it will be 3 lanes. Unless you count the turn lane that goes into Alpha Center already. So why is there a theory that most of the traffic will be routing via 15501? From my understanding, the improvement that is coming from Lana Street to Lowe's Home Improvement makes 3 lanes, but there are turn lanes already existing at the Alpha Center and into Springdale.
Correct.
So,
And you would end up with 3 lanes, and then I think the plan shows a turn lane going all the way from Lana, so it's a 3-lane process.
Yeah.
And the intention is to not have another driveway access. I mean, clearly, if the applicant just wanted to build houses back there, they could just create an access on 102 Park Drive and go that route, and you'd have another driveway access. But they don't want to do that. They like to preserve the trees and keep it, nice, and keep the erosion and other stormwater issues from happening. So obviously the other property has access, has been there since 1997 to park and access to 501. And anyone coming there, you can chart the traffic and see where it's going. They're not trying to get through Oakwood to go somewhere else. We empathize with the issues with Oakwood. When I was mayor, there were people having issues on Oakwood. This is not a new story. How the town decides to do that, we're happy to support and help from this end of it, but that's a decision that has to be made by this board as to what would calm traffic over there. I don't perceive that this would create any more traffic or negatively more than what's there, because people are coming to the site and leaving unless they were trying to cut through, but the cut through is already happening. I mean, when the town gets X Campbell Road coming through on your master plan, that'll probably relieve a lot of the traffic coming from Old Graham Road and doing this anyway.
all right. Do we have Mr. Jackson back?
Let me look. I know Mr. Moore has his hand raised as well.
Mr. Moore, why don't we hear from you, and then we'll see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Kathy now has her hand raised.
Kathy Zamzul?
It just says Kathy. I presume that's the
Okay.
same.
Kathy?
So Mr. Moore's probably ready to
Mr.
go.
Moore? Okay.
I just wanted to touch back on the condition about the access. And when we wrote that, we put in no direct commercial or office access will be provided to the subject property from Park Drive. I think by saying no direct access, the intention was that we wouldn't have a new driveway directly from Park Drive onto the property. but that would allow indirect traffic, which would come from Park Drive through the Alpha Center to the site. So I think the condition probably works unless you think that it's not clear enough to, it needs to me, be more forceful in excluding access to the property.
I think there's some difference in what's in our packet versus what you're referencing. But we can talk about that later.
Possibly, sorry.
All right, Kathy, I believe we're ready to hear you speak. Comment? Kathy, can you unmute, or can we unmute Kathy?
She's still listed as an attendee, so we need to promote Kathy to a panelist to speak.
Oh, she stepped in back. While they're trying to get her, I do have one question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Voller, I'm just concerned about the flooding also. So basically, building this structure, seemingly it may increase the amount of flooding that would be on Park Drive.
That would not be the intention because there's a stormwater pond shown here that would handle any drainage on site. And if you're looking, for instance, that area that is shown by Park Drive is actually over an acre. And the site is only, 3.97 acres. So you're not talking about a huge amount of impervious surface. But going back in time, when we first began approaching the town, when J.A. Webster was selling this property, Mr. McCray, and this is probably what Kent Jackson might want to address. We've made it clear that we're aware that downstream, whether anything happens here or not, there's a flooding problem. And part of it has to do with the sizes of those pipes and, where these houses were built. And, now they're there. That's a fixed situation. Perhaps if the town and the property owner, if we were doing a project, were to look at some type of stormwater pond that could be done right up here that could address water coming in currently from the east as well as from the site, that might actually be a solution that could be cooperative, that could alleviate the problem. And that would require work with the town and working with the town staff. But it's a possible solution beyond just putting in a stormwater pond to address the water on this site. But we have been open to that discussion because we think that might help.
Mr. Voller, do you mean to say that you would be, or that the owner would be open to a stormwater device on the adjacent property at the corner of Park Drive and 15501?
They could be open to a device. So right now that's an open ditch, Commissioner Bonnet, right? They could be open to working with the town there. They could be open to working with the town, on the area that's currently in front. It would be a function of working with the town to find the best location for a stormwater device that could alleviate the downstream problem. So the answer is some of that property is currently within your public right of way and some of it is owned by Veologica. And the owner has made it clear that they're willing to cooperate and work together on a win-win, solution. It's not required by them to submit for the site plan, but we are aware of the problems in the community. I live here, and it would seem logical that if this were developed, there'd be an opportunity to work together and perhaps solve that problem once and for all. But to answer your specific question, Commissioner Baldwin, there's a pond on there to address all the stormwater being created. And that's what's required, and that's what's been submitted.
And Madam Mayor and Board, I would caution the board on some of those comments, Mr. Voller, is that they really have no relevancy in consideration of this rezoning because the desire to partner with the town is not an absolute and is not a part of this application material packet. And certainly where it may go, again, is all conjecture at this point. So while it may be a courteous offer, I don't think there's any relevancy to this rezoning application.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'm imagining that there may be a relevant condition crafted probably not here on the fly, that involved wording, committing the owner to a stormwater device on the adjacent property. But I think that it would need to be at their expense, and I think that the town we would certainly cooperate in terms of easements and stuff, I would hope. DOT would have to be a party as well, but that seems like that would be a significant public benefit.
Yeah, and I think, we would expect kind of a pre-post standard in terms of stormwater management, that there's no increase in discharge of stormwater. Part of the conversation earlier from the public was, increase of impervious surface. We would expect that to be captured, as it were, with stormwater BMPs. And so if there was a true condition of this, that we would expect something in excess of 100% of that pre-post standard to actually absorb more than what we require through our base standards. That's burgeoning more into the site planning aspect of it and less the zoning aspect of it. But I think if there were some condition, I think we would certainly want to outline what amount would exceed our base standard that would show a benefit, how a cost share, whose property it's on, how it's maintained into perpetuity, all those things would want to be factored in. Because again, we do not run a stormwater utility in town. We do have stormwater infrastructure, but we are not a stormwater utility. So there's certainly a number of factors in there that would need to be considered as part of crafting any condition.
I think there's another concept in here too, in the letter that talks about, I think it's called a step down in intensity of uses. And, we've talked about this sometimes before about a transition that's needed from C2 to R12 or things like that, and how this needs to be something different to have that transition. I think that's something that we should definitely look at as we do our future land use plan. If we desire to have those transitions in any areas, but I don't think that that's something we should do on a case-by-case basis as a reason for a rezoning. But I think it is something important to look at as we look at our future land use plan update over the next 6 months. So I'll make a motion to deny the rezoning.
Do you want to hear from Kathy first?
If she would like to.
She's upgraded to a panelist now.
Okay.
Sorry for.
Kathy?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, can you hear me?
we can.
Okay, I'm very sorry for the technical problems on my side. I haven't done this before and I apologize. So we're entering this kind of late in the game, but I am Kathy Somsile and speaking for myself and Steve Waterman. We've lived at 410 Oakwood Drive for over 35 years. And we've experienced regular flooding in the street in front of our house. And it's just got worse over the years with further development along Park Street and beyond Park Street. And of course, with, we all know with climate change, we're going to get more frequent downpours and flooding. Our concern with the proposed rezoning is that nowhere in the document does it limit the use of the land to this proposed office building. In fact, the developer has said if the office building becomes not feasible or doesn't proceed as planned, that other uses could be made. And our concern is with the further degradation of the land and the runoff, as we've all spoken to about the flooding. We're in a floodplain here, and there's just too much flooding going on, and other people here have expressed the concerns about
if there is access on Park Street, or even without the access on Park Street, just through the Alpha Center, the increased traffic and the safety concerns that that poses for the neighborhood here, where we are out walking the streets all the time. We have cyclists, we've got children out playing in the streets, we've got pets. So our concern is that, well, I should say that we're very concerned about the rezoning of the property.
Thank you, Kathy. From a procedural standpoint, I think at this point, don't we want to close the public hearing? And so I'll take a motion with respect to that.
So moved.
Commissioner Shipp has moved that the public hearing for 102 Park Drive be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Do we need to vote on the land use plan consistency at this point? Or we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Shipp, which indicates that he wishes to move the denial of this rezoning.
Madam Mayor, we will need a vote on the consistency statement itself. That can either be done individually or concurrent with any motion to render a decision on
I'll
the.
amend mine to say it's not consistent with the land use plan and recommend and deny the rezoning.
And the second by Ms. Baldwin, did you wish to still second his amended motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Those in favor of Mr. Shipp's motion, which is to that the land use plan is not consistent and to approve the motion of the ordinance to deny the rezoning. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Madam Mayor, before we take a vote,
Thank
can
you.
I just confirm with Ms. Phelps that that's the extent of the motions we need to make this evening, since she's running the meeting for our staff on this one?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, since it's not consistent with the land use plan and the ordinance, the ordinance should also cover the land use plan as well.
Do you need anything for the board to include any motion or second on this?
No.
Okay,
It's a resolution.
just a motion to adopt the resolution.
So we have the resolution in our package.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Okay.
And so I guess Commissioner Shipp, your motion can include adopting that resolution.
I'll amend to say it's not consistent. But does this do it? It's not consistent with the zoning map and to accept the resolution for denial. A resolution denying an application for an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance.
Thank you. We try to include it to make it easier.
I should use it, I guess.
All right. So those in favor of Mr. Shipp's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have another rezoning motion that we need to go into public hearing on. This is Turkey Creek property. Is there a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Seconded by Commissioner Vose. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And so I think we're ready to, Janie, I think we're ready to hear, and you're bringing up on the screen the map for this particular rezoning. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. The project name is Turkey Creek. It's a request for conditional zoning from RA and M2 to R10 CZ, C2 CZ, MRCZ, and M1CZ. There are a variety of uses proposed within the specific requested zoning districts. The R10 CZ is for single family dwellings, detached. The C2 CZ, it's proposed to allow a vet clinic or hospital, daycare center, admin government services, medical dental office, medical and dental office park, restaurant, specialty food service, office building, convenience store, retail sale, service establishment, personal service establishment, shopping center, car wash and detailing, research lab, microbrewery. The MRCZ is proposed to have single-family detached townhouses. And the M1CZ is proposed to have vet clinic or hospital, specialty food service, restaurant, retail sale, service establishment, personal service establishment, industrial park, research lab, warehousing and distribution, distillery, winery, microbrewery, and light manufacturing. There are 3 properties included, which you can see on the screen. The total acreage of these properties is approximately 139.672 acres. The planning board discussed the item on May 2nd, 2022. Traffic was a concern, and this project currently has a TIA submitted to NCDOT, and it is being reviewed. The planning board voted 4-1 in favor of the proposal. The applicants of rezoning request must answer the following statements. The consistency with the comprehensive plan. Again, Pittsboro doesn't have a comprehensive plan, but we do have various plans that would be part of an official comprehensive plan. The land use plan, bike and ped, comprehensive transportation, and parks and rec. In relation to these, the proposal is consistent with all plans. The mix of uses is consistent with the existing land use classifications on the property. The property should not be affected by right-of-way acquisitions or construction of the proposed new boulevard. The applicant proposes to provide a 10-foot shared use path, and this path is also shown as a greenway within the Parks and Rec master plan. It is consistent with the UDO. There are no variance requests. Is the rezoning required by change conditions? The applicant proposes the layout of the zoning conditions in an effort to provide proper transitions and buffers for existing properties. Does the rezoning demonstrate a community need? The Triangle region continues to grow, and with that is an increase in residential needs as well as non-residential development. Is the proposed rezoning compatible? The proposed layout of zoning districts provides appropriate land use transitions that are currently lacking. Does the proposed rezoning result in logical and orderly development pattern? The applicant explains throughout the application that the current layout is to provide proper zoning transitions within this development and in regards to existing zoning. Does the request result in development adequately served by public facilities? Again, the town is currently at capacity with sewer, and this property is within the service range for these utilities once available. Additionally, schools, parks, and emergency services are located within sufficient distance to this development. Does the rezoning have significant adverse impacts on the natural environment? The applicant states that there will be impacts to the environment due to these properties being vacant. However, there will not be adverse impacts. All stormwater retentions will be addressed and a landscape buffer will be installed and maintained by the HOA. How does the rezoning affect property values? The applicant states that the current general use industrial zoning does nothing to protect property values in this area. The portion proposed for M1CZ has uses proposed to avoid potentially obnoxious industrial uses. Is the proposed rezoning consistent with public interest and purposes of this ordinance? The proposed rezoning is to limit potentially harmful industrial uses to existing citizens. The development will also meet all applicable requirements to allow high quality diverse development. In addition to the standard conditions, the applicant proposes a 50-foot type A buffer to be installed and maintained by the HOA along all property lines adjacent to parcel 93376. A 40-foot type B buffer shall be installed and maintained by the HOA along shared property lines between the proposed MR, which is multifamily residential, and M1, the light industrial zoning districts, prior to 80% of the certificate of occupancies issued. Within the multifamily residential district, the 10-foot greenway shall be constructed at the developer's expense. Planning staff has received one comment from the adjacent property at 840 Moncure Pittsboro Road. And that was to state the traffic that this business has. That citizen is also available. And in addition, the applicant, I believe, is available virtually. They said they were going to try and make it.
Thank you. Excellent. Oh, and I don't believe we have anyone from the public signed up today. for this?
Madam Mayor, we have one person that emailed me in advance, and that's Mr. Hoyle, Jason Hoyle.
Okay.
He is listed as a panelist, but I'll leave it to you, Madam Mayor, whether you want to hear from the applicant first or from the public first.
Do you have a preference? Certainly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and the Board of Commissioners. Let me just say it's wonderful to finally meet you all in person. Thank you so much for allowing a limited number of applicants to be here tonight. We very much appreciate the opportunity. My name is Laura Holloman. I'm the project planner for this project. I'm with the McAdams Company. For the record, my address is 1 Glenwood Avenue, Suite 201, Raleigh, 27603. And as Ms. Phelps mentioned, I do have a presentation prepared. So Ms. Phelps, I'm hoping you can share your screen with that.
Ms. Holloman, can you pull the, that would be great. I think that'll help.
Ms. Phelps, did you hear me about putting the presentation? Yep, she's got it. Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. You can go ahead and put it on the second slide. Thank you. So as Ms. Phelps mentioned, our rezoning request is for properties located along Moncure-Pittsburgh Road. As staff also mentioned, our request is not to eliminate all industrial zoning, but whether to create appropriate transitions in this area of town, specifically adjacent to Potterstone Village. We had the wonderful opportunity to meet with adjacent property owners to discuss this case back in April and obtain their feedback. One common theme we heard is that they were very appreciative of the downzoning from heavy industrial adjacent to Potterstone Village. We believe it is not appropriate to have heavy industrial adjacent to single-family residential, period. Our proposed request of MR allows for appropriate, next slide. As you can see, this is how the proposed rezoning looks to the eye. Our proposed request of MR allows for appropriate transition. As you can see, that's the yellow in the top corner there, allows for an appropriate transition between the existing single-family homes of Potterstone. Then you would have the MR, and then you would have the appropriate transition of M1 industrial. This is still allows, M1 would still allow for appropriate industrial development, and Jane went over those uses with you earlier. Further down, we keep the harmony of the surrounding area by rezoning the residential agricultural to R10 single family. And that, as well as C2 there, commercial at the corner of Moncure-Pittsburgh Road and Mount Zion Road. This allows for some appropriate neighborhood scaled commercial at that intersection. Next slide, please.
One question, can you go back
Yes,
to
sir.
that last slide? I don't have that in my packet on this. Wow, but where did you have here at the top in the veins? Where, I can't read that anyway.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a glare in here, isn't there, sir? That is, you're talking about the MR, the proposed, yes, sir. That's a proposed zoning district of the MR, which would allow for townhomes as well as single family detached, but our
That was what the MR.
MR, sir.
It says townhomes on the map.
Yeah, that would be the proposed use.
What's the next? Dark color.
Yes, sir. The next color adjacent to that is M1, which is industrial. That's the light industrial zoning. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide, please. This is the proposed layout. As you can see, we are in that, again, in that MR zoning district. If you could point to that, to the cursor, we're proposing two housing types. Closest to Potterstone Village will be a single-family attached carriage style type homes, which I know exist in other areas of Potterstone, as well as what I'll call the reddish pink lots, which will be townhomes. And then those will be surrounded by both a 50-foot type A buffer adjacent there to that industrial zoning along Moncure Pittsburgh Road. They have an existing 50-foot buffer there already as part of their approved site plan. So that'll be a total of 100 feet, a landscape buffer between this property and them. Additionally, we are also proposing a 40-foot type buffer along adjacent to both the M1 industrial as well as adjacent to Moncure Pittsburgh Road. And we also, as Janie mentioned, we're excited about this. In the upper right, you'll see our proposed greenway, which we're committed to. We've already dedicated the property owner here. Green Hawk Development has already dedicated that greenway easement, but they're going a step further and committing to building that before the full build out of the neighborhood, which is wonderful for residents to be able to eventually walk to downtown as that regional greenway system continues to get put in place. Additionally, we're also proposing appropriate stormwater ponds. I know that's always a discussion. Those, of course, will be appropriately sized and vetted through the subdivision and site plan process should the board choose to let this move forward. And as we move down Moncure Pittsburgh Road, the R10 zoning district is limited to single-family detached residences only. And then we'll have the C2 commercial area adjacent to Moncure Pittsburgh and Mount Zion Road. We've been very mindful of our permitted uses for the non-residential districts. We've tried to be good neighbors and really eliminate a lot of the concerns with any kind of heavy traffic or heavy industrial users that would otherwise be allowed should the area adjacent to Potterstone Village be developed today under an M2 zoning district. We had a meeting with the Technical Review Committee, which is a newly formed committee in town with the members of the departments, and heard from them. And I think the only question that we had was from the Parks and Rec representative. She asked about the pocket parks and would they be maintained by the HOA, and they will be. And we also talked about using native vegetation and pollinators within those to really make it something that both natural flora and fauna could enjoy throughout the development. And that's really our intention with this. We intend this to be a high quality development that all members of the community can enjoy, and really have additional housing types that aren't, readily available within town currently. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jeremy Medlin, representing Green Hawk Development tonight, to go over the commercial vision for the site.
Thank you, Ms. Holland.
I'm Jeremy Medlin. I'm with Green Hawk Corporation. We're based at 1330 Sunday Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina. We are the property owner and we are the developer. So not only do we develop about 600 residential lots a year throughout the Triad and Triangle, but we also develop office, flex space, life science space, and warehouse space. And we've got numerous holdings in the Triad, and we're migrating towards the Triangle now. This opportunity here, this property, we believe will ultimately have around 200,000 square feet of space. And who would those potential end users be? They would probably be folks that would be very complimentary of what you already have here in town. And they would also fill voids that you either have now or will have in the future. Janie has got a short video she would activated. It is our Peak City Business Park located in Apex. It's just a short drone clip. It'll basically show you an office park that is ours. It's 315,000 square feet of space, most of which was built during the pandemic with all the supply chain issues and disruptions that we all experienced. It is new construction, and we have a variety of tenants. State Farm Agency. We have several medical offices. We have a group that is affiliated with Homeland Security, and then some health science organization that works with vaccine packaging. So just wanted to go ahead and tell you that, because that's sort of the variety of businesses that a park like this could create. And I think Laura touched on it, but the residential transitions that we're proposing to Potterstone Village, I think are very complementary to what the town should embrace. We've got a beautiful subdivision over there, and I think our layered approach can accommodate a lot of angst and worry that those folks have had over there. And I think we've done a good job of communicating with them and hearing them out. And we've got an open dialogue with them in their emails, and they've been very supportive. So the business park that we're proposing here would also have EV charging stations. That would be something that we would do logically. Public art, outdoor workspaces, collaboration areas. And then Laura also touched on the significant trail network that we're able to do. With that, I'll step aside. If you guys have any questions, we're here.
Other questions for Mr. Nevin?
Sorry, would you like me to play the video?
I think she wait for Mr. Medlin to stop talking.
I thought it was just held up. So if you got it, please. All this is construction. Most of it is permanent. Also have an underground parking garage, believe it or not, on that site. So only one in Apex.
Commissioner Bonnet, you start the question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Medlin or Ms. Holloman, can you tell us some approximate numbers of residential units? I recognize this is not site plan, so just approximations.
Sure. Approximation, I believe it would allow just under 300 units total.
Yeah, 300 units total. So I was starting to try and count what your figures indicated, and I saw maybe 56 detached houses on one, and I didn't get through the townhouses, but
Yeah, there's if Janie, if you want to pull up slide number 4 there. Thank you. So this concept before you shows 290 units, and that
90.
And that provides a breakdown there. it's probably too small to see, but it's roughly, it's pretty evenly split between the MR zoning and the single family detached zoning in terms of the unit breakdown.
I saw it. So there's two applications in the packet, but is this a single application for a rezoning of all of these, or are they meant to be taken separately?
They're meant to be taken as one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then I saw there wasn't any affordable housing included, and so this would be a standard question until there is. We have our incentives that we put in the UDO recently for affordable housing. So I'm curious why those weren't valuable to take advantage of and what might make those more valuable to take advantage of to include affordable housing.
I will say this, out of the 290 units that we're proposing, basically have 4 different product types. We have different square footage bands, different price points, and they're layered. And so by the square footage size and the price points, I think that we're trying to cultivate, we are more affordable, but we're glad to explore other options and work with them.
Okay. Did you review the incentives or not?
To some detail, and it was a little bit ambiguous, and perhaps we need to spend more time talking about it.
Okay. And to be fair, nobody's used them yet that I know of. So we're trying to
You're trying to
see.
cultivate. You're
Yeah.
trying to cultivate.
Yeah.
Understood.
And what's your expected timeline for development?
So we're well aware of the sewer woes here in Pittsburgh. But what I would like to do is get my zoning hopefully in hand this summer. And that would allow me to refine and finesse my layout here for my commercial opportunities. And spend the better part of this year working on that. And then the following year, work on my CDs, my construction drawings, and work with staff all through 2023. And so that puts me putting the shovel in the ground, hopefully sometime in 24. And hopefully the sewer issues are somewhat resolved, or hopefully.
We hope so too,
Yeah.
but there is no timeline right now for that, just to be clear. So we're working
But
on
the
that.
zoning would give me greater clarity and the ability to start fine tuning the plan.
Sure.
Further questions?
I guess I'd just say generally from a layout perspective, there was a lot of talk about, residential next to industrial and Potterstone and things like that. But the multifamily residential section that you're showing is wrapped around M2, next to M2, and then you're proposing M1 next to it. I don't really see how that fits with what you're saying about Potterstone and its proximity to those same things.
Sure, I can touch on that. I think we all are trying to play with the cards we were dealt with respect to the existing M2 zoning that's along Moncur Pittsburgh Road. I know that y'all had a site plan that you were faced with that may didn't really want to approve, but was a permitted use in terms of the concrete plant there. I know you heard from a lot of residents, and we did too throughout our process. But what we want to do is, there's an existing, the topo adjacent to there isn't really conducive for a large scale industrial development along that creek. So it sets up really well for an existing transitional residential where you have multifamily, and then you have single family, then you've got, you would have your multifamily, and then you'd have your M1. We are downzoning the industrial from M2 to M1 to give ourselves more complementary zoning uses that would be adjacent to residential than what would otherwise be allowed in M2. And we've done that consciously to allow for the office park type scenario that you just saw us flash through. So that's really the vision and intent here, and not just to have a disjointed Moncur Pittsburgh Road where you've got, residential and, the residential and the office park will share open spaces. So the thought is to have, live after 5 events where folks can come and enjoy the open space as well as the townhomes, as well as the office park. And so it's really going to be walkable, and these, we want to provide appropriate transitions, but we also want to allow for walkability and user friendliness throughout.
Did you by chance inquire with the owners of the concrete plant?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay.
I've
So
got-
you bought the property that was marketed?
I bought the property that was marketed, and I knew that I had an understanding that ultimately there would be a concrete plant there. which it
Oh,
is.
you purchased before that?
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense.
I think that is essentially a temporary concrete plant.
We
that could
hope.
be moved. I'll just
We
say
were
that.
told,
I think we all
we
expect.
expect,
So
yeah. And I think you also were beginning to describe some of the non-residential uses. And that number, 2,000 square feet approximately of
200,000 square. feet.
200,000, okay.
Yes, sir.
And that's, at this point, you're just willing to say that that's non-residential, it's commercial or light industrial or what have you?
Yes, and I think it could be an array of things. I think there's some interest there for some retail too.
Mhm.
Some of the neighbors have been very vocal about wanting a Mediterranean restaurant. Promised I'd do my best,
Okay.
but
is that a condition?
unfortunately, it can't be a condition, but it was something that was strongly suggested. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bonnets, I'll just clarify that the TIA that was done considered 180,000 square feet of office and 20,000 square feet of retail and commercial uses.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question and more so a comment also. As our commissioner right here, Commissioner Kyle Ship had asked about the affordable housing. I do like that you will consider that and will review that particular ordinance with our planning department to see if there's anything which can possibly help you in considering some of that being affordable housing, because we certainly are in great need of that. And also you were talking about your traffic impact analysis. So that has been completed now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, from what I'm understanding, the individuals were concerned, the public was concerned about the amount of traffic in that particular area. And so hopefully we will have a chance to look at that and look at some alternatives later on when you submit. But of course, just as Commissioner Shipley indicated, we do not have any wastewater capacity at all at this particular point. And hopefully that will allow you time to do what you have indicated. Look at some other things. Okay.
Just general comment. I think like this area is hard in that a lot of times we spent trying to keep industrial away from residential. And now as we've faced, I think maybe a month ago with another rezoning, that we also want to preserve some industrial especially with VinFast coming and some other things too, probably. So I think this is pretty good, maybe pretty close, but I think it's an area that we really need to look at closely in our future land use plan and see what fits best here from a whole picture. and preserves the opportunity for industry in Pittsboro, as well as putting housing in appropriate areas.
A similar but much larger project, we heard, a month or two ago, the Robertson Walk project. And the concern that I expressed then, I continue to have that concern, and I'll share that with you. I very much like that you are thinking about a very high density of residential. And I'm intrigued that the work that you showed us where you did elsewhere had parking deck underneath, and that's further kind of density that I think we need to build. I've been convinced with recent developments and what we're hearing from the global climate experts that the walkability is not just a nice thing. It's not just an attraction, but we really must. And our future land use plan is so out of date in that regard that I don't think that we have appropriate expressions of the imperative of building highly densely. And so I want to apologize to you for that you, in my opinion, don't have guiding documents that are in line with our current understanding, or at least my current understanding of how densely we need to build. But I would like to see much greater density of residential that really, by its nature, prioritizes pedestrian life, bicycle life, as opposed to vehicular structure. I note your proposal for the Greenway. I very much want to applaud that, and the pocket parks as well. I think there's a lot of really remarkable features to your project proposal. I'm uncomfortable with it at this stage, given what I've shared. And I also want to echo my peers' interests in affordable housing. It's a very bad situation that we're in Pittsboro, lacking affordable housing. And so I personally hope that all developments would have a smattering of different price points mixed in. And I think you've indicated your willingness to do that, but
that is the program that we have right now. These home sizes will be 1,500 to 3,000 square feet. And again, we've got a 1-car town, 2-car town, single family attached is a 2-car again. And then you have some traditional single family. And so it is a layered approach that will hopefully appeal to a lot of different individuals.
mm-hmm.
Do we have any public?
Public input. Mr. Jason Hoyle signed up, and he also has his hand raised. He's currently listed as a panelist, so he should be able to, if the board's willing to entertain that, he's able to talk less.
Would it be okay to speak?
Please, go ahead.
Hey there, my name is Jason Holm. I'm the Vice President of Operations for the business directly across the street at 840 Moncure, Pittsboro Road. And I first and foremost want to kind of make it known to the board that we are not anti-development of any kind. We encourage and we like development to happen. But we are a M2 heavy industrial. We are on a 30-acre site directly across the street right there at 840 Moncure, Pittsboro Road, an International Woodyard. Again, with development comes opportunities for us. We are one of the largest raw material suppliers to all of the mills, International Paper, Weyerhaeuser, Louisiana Pacific, all of your mills that make dimensional lumber and everything needed to build houses, we supply that raw material. As a matter of fact, our company did most of the harvesting of that tract, both sides, both parcels there for the Bynum and Walters that originally owned that property. So we're familiar with that land all the way around it. What I want to make known to the board and just bring to light to everybody is the fact that, we have been here for a little over 10 years in this operation. And we have a lot of tractor truck traffic. Moncure Pittsboro Road is heavily used by tractor trucks that run from a lot of the mills over in the Moncure, New Hill, Corinth area, all the way up to New South up in Graham. So it's kind of a straight shot, and we kind of fall in between that. All this area is kind of known as the wood basket. So there's a lot of heavy truck traffic. We also buy from residential tree services, clearing and grading companies. So I would speculate and just kind of want to make it known that there is approximately 100 to 125 trucks a day that are going to be either ingress or egress from our property. So they're going to be coming and going either to bring wood products to drop off or being loaded to go out to other markets. We also run the largest firewood operation in the state of North Carolina, one of the largest in the Southeast, on that property as part of East Coast Firewood, which is just a sister business to everything that we're doing. So we run multiple processors, lots of large knuckle boom loaders, heavy equipment, as well as a lot of dry kiln capacity for the firewood. We do a packaging operation. So again, we really have no problems with development. We just want to make sure that everybody is aware and understands the dynamics that kind of come with this. Several years back, we worked with a lot of people in the town as well as DOT to kind of get us our secondary entrance, basically a side entrance coming off of International Woodyard Road, which allowed some of that truck traffic to come off of International Woodyard instead of having to turn in and out of the front entrance on Moncure Pittsboro Road. So that's obviously going to bring some interesting dynamics with the whole Del Webb community, which I know is not part of this tonight. But again, being that this is directly across the street, we have during our firewood season that truck traffic is also going to increase because we load out tractor trailers, everything from Walmart, Kroger's, Harris Teeter, Lowe's, Home Depots, all of those pick up tractor trailer loads of packaged firewood from us. So during the season that sells more, there's going to be even more truck traffic through the front entrance where they would come to our warehousing and loading docks. So again, not opposed to anything, just want to make sure that everybody is aware and knows that we're a heavy industrial directly across the street. So when houses start popping up and they're making entrance and exits from their property, that they kind of understand the dynamics of the tractor trailer and dump truck traffic that's coming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyle. Any other speakers? Any other questions? Then we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Shipp, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So we have had our public hearing and now need to vote on the land use consistency statement and an ordinance to approve or deny the rezone.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance denying the application for an amendment to the zoning map.
Approve the land use consistency and deny ordinance to rezone.
Sure.
Motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Further discussion?
Maybe just one, I just have one question. With this zoning, would it come back up when we have our new land use plan?
Commissioner Farrell, not automatically. Certainly when we do the future land use plan, we will I say in theory, scrutinize every parcel in town to look at what the future land use of the property should be. But if this project is denied, there is a period of time in which the applicant cannot resubmit, but then they're allowed to resubmit after, I think it's 6 months, if I'm correct. Where there's a prohibition of resubmitting a denied application for 6 months. Now, if there's something that is discernibly different about the application, that may be a different situation, but to submit the exact same application, there would be a period of time where they would be prohibited from resubmitting. But if we anticipate to have future land use plan adopted, in the next 6, 7, 8 months, whatever period of time that comes to be, if it's found to be consistent at that time, certainly the board can consider that with or without the revised future land use plan.
And I'll just say too, that I don't intend this to be as punitive as it may sound. I think that 6-month time frame is probably appropriate. And in that time frame, we hope to have the future land use plan complete. If we hope to have a lot better answer on sewer capacity as well. So I think those two things are critical for something like this.
All right. Thanks, Bill, Secretary of State. Anything further? Those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. To deny the rezone to approve the land consistency. Are we where we'd like to take a quick break?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll move that.
So,
I'll make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
very good. Those in favor, please, rise. For the EPRS parking lot, list number 4, and I believe that Jamie will see us through this, and, since this is public hearing, I need a.
Depends. Well, I know you are also.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Schiff, second by Commissioner Bose. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, unanimous decision to go into the parking lot number 4. Jane?
Thank you. This is the last one I have for tonight, so I'm going to make it quick. As opposed to going through everything one by one, since you all have received the packets, did you have any questions about what is proposed in the text amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
On the restaurant parking spaces, I can't tell what's proposed. It says 1 per 3 to 4 seats, or is that a change from 3 to 4?
That's a change. So the 4 is crossed out, and yeah, it's a little bit hard to see, but the 4 is crossed out. The 2 per 3 was just corrected because that's how it is throughout the rest of the text. And then the curbs, the other stuff that's just underlined and in red is new.
Okay. Okay. Just had that question there. And then on the, let me hit this first. The railroad yards are being added as a special use in R10, R12, and R5. Why?
Railroad yards. Are you talking about in the
table of uses?
yeah, the table of permitted uses?
So it's adding them in whatever these are over all the way to the left, RA5, RA2, R15. So more, I guess, R15, R12, R5. I think probably the permitted in the other districts is okay, but why would we allow special use in the residential districts?
Well, as you can see, they were all uses. It was listed as a use, but it wasn't permitted anywhere. So with it being a railroad yard, and in proximity, to a railroad, if it goes next to some residential property, we wanted to offer some way for them to potentially have a yard if that's someplace where they needed to put it. But this is also up for your discussion. So if you don't see that as being fit, then that's fine as well.
Yeah, I think I'd be in favor of removing the special use from all of those residential categories, because I'm concerned we won't have good recourse if someone submits a special use permit for those. I think it's wise to add the permitted uses in those other areas.
Okay.
I don't know anybody else thinks.
In college, I lived next to a railroad track. I enjoyed it in college. I don't, yeah, I think we probably don't want any circumstance to have that, a rail yard near residences.
Okay.
Does that qualify you, Mr. Bonnet, as an expert when it comes to the special use permits?
Not at all. Not at all. No. It was quite romantic hearing the locomotive back the paper up to the newspaper plant, and in college, but yeah.
Since we don't have any rail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was in downtown Greensboro, so a very different landscape.
Did you have further questions?
Yes, the addition of the note, so I think we're correcting allowing manufactured dwellings in the R12M zoning district, which is appropriate. And then the note says that they can't be on residential lots, or they can't be on individual lots, but they must be within a park. I think that all of our R12M consists of parks now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the is for.
That's what I thought by definition. So, so I think that's a good correction to make. There's other things I'd like to work on in regards to those and what a manufactured home is and where they could be. I'd like
Yeah.
to see them in more places. I'd like to see them probably be allowed to be less than 1,200 square feet. Some things there, but not germane, like that's for the next parking lot, not for.
1,200 square feet in terms of
the
heated square footage or lot area?
Well, the definition of manufactured home right now, or dwelling manufactured says that it must be more than 1,200 square feet.
We can't regulate that.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm getting towards like tiny homes or.
Right. So the North Carolina legislature passed a statute last probably 2 or 3 years that removes our ability to regulate heated square footage from residential structures.
Oh, then we need to update our UDO.
I would agree.
Okay. I thought you were saying something else there. So yeah, we've got a lot of.
I just want to confirm whether it was lot size or heated square footage.
Yeah.
Because of the, I would say the home builders lobby, for lack of a better way to put it, has lobbied against the requirements that some communities had in place for heated square footage for certain zoning districts, and wanted to allow more of the proliferation of tiny homes or other square footage products. And a lot of it couched in the vein of affordable housing, of saying that, zoning regulation prohibits such, and particularly square footage requirements are antithetical to advancing affordable housing.
So, and then I guess in that vein too, we should also look at the additional dwelling unit things. A lot of those are based on heated square footage and size of primary residence.
I think you can regulate that.
Okay.
I think there's a discernible difference in that.
We should probably maybe look at it anyway, but that's
sure we can.
Future parking lot.
Yeah.
I think the only thing we're doing here is allowing manufactured homes in the manufactured home district, which I think is appropriate. So
Is that right, Janie?
Mhm.
That's the intent here? Okay. Well, I had questions about that same point. And again, this is probably a deeper conversation for another time in a different parking lot, but I'd like to better understand the distinction between manufactured dwellings and modular, or what I call factory built to code. But yeah, again, I don't think we need to dwell on that at the moment.
I have some resources that I can send you separately if you're curious about it.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
I think there were a whole group of lawsuits about all that, weren't there, Mr. Smith?
Yes, and it's a deep subject, but we can
So
share it.
ripe for plucking another day.
yes.
And I'd like to riff on Commissioner Ship's question about parking, because I initially wanted to hold back on this because this is, we're trying to get our UDO as quickly as possible up, cleaned up and improved. But I'm increasingly convinced or persuaded about some of the literature that I'm reading regarding planning that makes parking not mandatory as a means of helping to increase density as we have more neighbors who want to live a car-free life. I think that that's something that we'll want to talk about more extensively in the downtown area. So I don't know that I really want to make a change here right now, Janie. But I did want to make a point of asking that we circle back to this conversation of parking spaces and mandatory parking. You know, what we're doing there is we're further incentivizing or requiring a certain amount of sprawl, land uses that are less likely to give us the walkable community that we want. So I think we need to take care with where we're applying that. And that's why I'd like to circle back to this subject for a downtown district, perhaps.
Yeah, Commissioner Bonas, I know exactly where you're coming from with that. I think we already don't require parking at all downtown.
Yeah.
Is that correct? And I thought about that with this too. I think it's more, I think as we get more pedestrian facilities in place, greenways and those things.
Yep.
And also, frankly, once Uber's available or similar services, I think that, I mean, I appreciate kind of the update for the curbside pickup, you know, discussion here because a lot of restaurants are going to that. And so I think it's definitely something to continue to look at, but we've got to get some other things in place before we get there.
Yes, yes. But also, as we were talking about earlier today, the idea of the downtown district as it stands right now is defined for the Main Street Pittsburgh program, as opposed to the kind of what some of us have referred to as legacy Pittsburgh and the desire to make that more walkable and denser too. So,
well, I think C4 is larger than the Main Street district.
Okay.
And there's no parking requirements
Okay.
in C4.
Thank you. All right.
So,
But, and I would agree with Commissioner Bonas that that is becoming, I'll say, a more prevalent emerging trend in planning, land use planning. I think downtowns it's a little easier to reconcile because they're generally the public good of parking. Where, you know, downtown right now is adequately served because the town provides on-street parking and common facilities. As you enter into the neighborhoods, I mean, we're seeing throughout town and in many areas where parking and bike lanes has become the de facto on-street parking because there's a greater demand for vehicle parking than there is provided for. And so I'm trying to figure out, you know, the infrastructure that would support that. And at what point can you really broach into what I would refer to as a parking maximum, where we would cap the number of spaces that you could do, and so you can build up into that. The more market sophisticated entities, for instance, if a McDonald's were to come into Pittsburgh, they know exactly how many spaces they need. They've done that science. They've repeated it 6,000 times. They know what they need. You know, the smaller scale entities, even some of the housing, it's sometimes harder to pin down what is truly needed because we are so vehicle dependent. So I think that's a laudable objective, but with probably different scenarios as we move forward of how to work closer to that as infrastructure, you know, even Uber improves of giving people the option.
Yeah.
Right now, there's very limited option to do that.
I do have some additional information. So going off to just confirm what you're all talking about, it sounds like is because the eating and drinking establishments, as you can see, it's broken up. The bar and nightclub, that was just adding in a word that was missing. The restaurant, it sounds like you want to leave that as is. But as far as the specialty food service, that would be something like a Starbucks, for example. Currently, it only has 1 per 200 square foot. It doesn't mention anything about employees. So I understand you might not want to do the curbside pickup and you still want to discuss it. But for me, it would be my suggestion, at least for the specialty food service, to leave the employee count in there because it just matches the restaurant. And in addition, I also did some research with other jurisdictions and their parking requirements too. And again, as you'll see, because I'll have another round of text amendments coming to you most likely in August, this can be a working document. For what I have seen, I don't think we necessarily have the infrastructure here currently to make it completely walkable. In downtown, it's fine because it's a little bit easier, but currently, it might be helpful to have this, but then if our situation changes, with the land use plan update or in the next 5 years or something, or 10 years, or whenever we have more infrastructure to make it more walkable and safer, then we can change it again. So that's something to think about as well.
Thank you.
And I think we'll see too, I think in the green incentives, we have parking reductions.
Yeah.
Or we did at one time anyway. And then, and I've also talked to Chris before about what I would call the Chick-fil-A parking problem. And, a restaurant like that where they need significantly more space than a different one. And how do we account for that?
And we also do have a maximum. They're allowed 125% over the minimum for their maximum amount of parking.
Yeah, I think it's challenging to at times take a generic code, which is what we have, and apply it to very specific land uses like a Chick-fil-A. And then even uses within, highway corridors versus land simply zoned commercial. So again, I think the premise of this all is that the UDO is a living document. And I think our goal with these text amendments and future ones is to adjust it for what we believe is most accurate today, knowing that could change, in just 6 months or a year or further out. So I think having the open dialogue with this board, understanding some of the future topics like Mr. Bonds has proposed, keeping that conversation lit, so to speak, and then being able to react accordingly at the staff level and preparing policy that this board supports, because this UDO is your document. Staff is here to implement that document, but the board as policy creators and the legislative body, we certainly lean upon you at times to give us ideas. Obviously, we have, when we test the document, we find, staff frustration, if you will, upon testing, and we'll make recommendations, but ultimately it's the board to give us the guidance for us to implement at staff level. So we certainly welcome that conversation and know some of these are more immediate than others.
So did you have any further discussion on those parking requirements, or did you have suggestions to change?
No, I think they're good. To be clear too, I'm in favor of the pickup spots or whatever those are, curbside spots.
I may clarify, the only adjustment that I have listed is removing the SUP from the railroad yards from residential districts. Everything else as presented is
correct, which is all the SUPs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have any other comments about any of the other proposed changes?
Hearing none, then let's close the public hearing then.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawrence has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kendall Walden. Mayor Pro Tem Alden. Those in favor of closing the public hearing on item number 3, parking lot series number 4, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously to close the public hearing. Then we need to vote on the land use plan consistency statement and the ordinance to approve text.
I'll make a motion to make a recommendation to approve the text amendment for ZTA 2022-04 to Unified Development Ordinance and adopt the Town of Pittsburgh Board of Commissioners Land Use Plan Consistency Statement for approval and adoption.
Very nice. Thank you. Commissioner Blind, you heard his motion. Is there a second?
I just offer a amendment to include the removal of
Thank
the
you.
special use. Okay. And I'll second.
Commissioner Shipp seconds, and those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're on to this land use business at this point. For information, from Chatham Parkway South roadway project celebration.
Madam Mayor, if I may tee this up for Mr. Mason, who's going to speak with us and have an exhibit here. This project is a project that staff and Chatham Park investors have been discussing for a number of months now. The board this concept was brought to your attention several months ago, I believe in the month of February. And at that time, we were looking at Chatham Parkway South and a potential acceleration project. Acceleration is allowed in statute and basically allows us for funded NCDOT STIP projects to basically accelerate, as it suggests, the construction of such roadway and to be reimbursed by NCDOT when it was originally programmed into the STIP. And so obviously the purpose of this is to have a roadway constructed before NCDOT has scheduled to do it. I would say most roadways in North Carolina are not built too early. Most of them built too late. And so I think the goal with this is to understand some of the emerging growth demands that are going to be particularly, south of the traffic circle, looking at how traffic would flow in and around town. And so the idea to accelerate this for further information for the board, you recall we were kind of hot at the beginning of this, and then we received some questions and had more feedback from DOT, and then it's kind of been cold for a little bit. The reason for that is at the outset of this, we were trying to accelerate the project when it was still in the NCDOT STIP. And as you all recall from recent conversations, NCDOT had to reprioritize spot 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0. And this project was already considered funded and committed as part of that original effort. And so we were trying to basically work against some of the clock the NCDOT had outset for us. As we proceeded forward with that project and obviously received questions from the board and others, DOT kind of went forward with the reprioritization. We said, okay, let's put a pause button on this. Let's see if it maintains its priority into the STIP. It has maintained a funded and committed status. So we are eligible to submit this. And so we certainly didn't want to move with any undue haste, but we were trying to capitalize on an opportunity window that presented itself earlier this year. So we bring this back today as a discussion item to really work through this. We understand there will be questions that we can't resolve this evening. The purpose of this is to allow Mr. Mason on behalf of Chatham Park investors and Landover to offer any insights into this process. Both he and I will take feverish notes throughout the conversation this evening and try to answer anything that we have. I've reached out to the local government commission about this concept. I'm aware of at least one other community was much larger than ours that does this, and they don't have a developer backing with it. It's kind of out of their own coffers to do it. So it's a little bit of a different scenario than what we're looking at here, where the town would have an agreement with NCDOT. The town would also have an agreement with Chatham Park investors. And what we're trying to do is to alleviate any financial burden onto the town to accelerate this roadway. And so this is a unique process, not something that I'm aware of that Pittsburgh has ever done. I've certainly have never gone through an acceleration myself, so it's kind of new to everyone, but certainly it has been done in North Carolina. There's a reason the statute exists. And so again, we want to try to introduce this topic and ultimately move forward however the board wishes to do so. If you wish to allow us to continue to accelerate or want us to continue to accelerate, then that's what we'll aim to do and present you with every answer to every question you present. If the board doesn't have an interest in acceleration of this roadway, then we'll take that accordingly and move on to the next project. Mr. Eric Vernon is also on the call. He's an attorney representing Chatham Park investors with this as well. Mr. Stephen Perry, also with Roderick Robbins, is also available. So when Mr. Mason's here in the room, we also have others on the Zoom call, also including myself and Mr. Messick to help answer any questions. But I think for the purpose of this evening, it's more to take the comments, take the questions, answer what we can, but acknowledge that we're probably not going to be able to fully answer everything this evening. And we'll bring that back to you in short order to make sure that you feel like you can make a prepared decision. So answer any questions you have for me right now. If not, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over to Mr. Mason.
Thank you. Madam Mayor Perry and Madam Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin, as well as the board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. As Chris so eloquently put this, I can probably just walk away from the podium now because he's explained the presentation to you tonight in some degree of detail, and I thank him for that. Joining me this evening, as Chris indicated, is Eric Vernon with Roderick Robbins, as well as Stephen Perry, and also Vance Blanton. Mr. Blanton is the engineer with Kimberly Horn, and they are the engineers who are designing the Chatham Parkway Project R5963. I would like to begin by sharing this map with you. This shows, in fact, the current alignment. This is an alignment that has been presented to NCDOT. It is reflected by the red line here. This is a road that it initiates approximately 1,300 feet south of the intersection where Highway 87 intersects with 15501. And this would be at a new intersection at that juncture. And then it travels north up to Business 64, where it connects in with Chatham Parkway, the existing Chatham Parkway now. The project is a 2-lane road in the area shown in red. The existing current road is noted in black, and part of the project is also the widening of that existing section to 4 lanes. The alignment, as I mentioned, of this has been presented to NCDOT, and of note, you will see that the white parcels, these are parcels that are controlled by Chatham Park Investors or its affiliates. There is no right-of-way that needs to be acquired by other property owners. The developer owns and controls 100% of the right-of-way that's necessary to construct this project. You received 3 documents from us previously. They included, 4, a memo that summarizes the process of acceleration, a draft board resolution, a draft developer agreement between the town of Pittsburgh and Chatham Park Investors serving as the developer, and also a draft agreement between the town of Pittsburgh and NCDOT. I want to thank Mr. Messick for your time and effort that you put into assisting Mr. Vernon and Mr. Perry for creating those documents and bringing them to the current status of where they are tonight and the manner in which they are being presented to you. As Mr. Kennedy indicated, NCDOT went through a reprioritization process of the STIP program, and Project 5963 did retain its funded and committed status earlier this spring. Under the current schedule, and this is a very key point in our desire to accelerate this, is that the project does not plan to begin its right-of-way acquisition until 2024 and 2025, with construction not beginning until 2027. As I mentioned, the project alignment has been submitted to NCDOT, and we are awaiting approval of that alignment. As we go through the course of the evening, this discussion tonight, I want to make a few additional points, and then I want to address some key points as it relates to each one of these documents. One of the things that's fundamental in this presentation is this opportunity to accelerate this project comes at no cost to the town of Pittsburgh. It comes without risk. It comes with Chatham Park investors indemnifying the town from any responsibility and involvement in that. It effectively is an opportunity that allows the developer to step into the shoes of the town and assume some of the rights and responsibilities that DOT would normally transfer to you as the municipality to accelerate the project, and allows us to step into that role and accelerate both from a funding standpoint and also from a construction standpoint of the project. We would want, and we would certainly want to work closely with your staff and with this board to conduct frequent updates and reports. This is a project that we know that will take several years to complete, and it may span multiple boards and elected officials. So it's something that we would feel very strongly about working with you in a way that gives you consistent updates and input from your staff. But it allows us to work on this project and accelerate it in such a way that the developer effectively will own the project, and you would have little responsibility to be involved in the project other than the administrative and management roles that the staff may play. And in that case, that would be reimbursed by the developer as well. So the town would in essence have no cost exposure for the project. The board resolution, you have a question?
No, sir, just looked up.
I'm sorry. So there were 3 documents that I wanted to just touch high points on tonight. First is the board resolution. That board resolution effectively accomplishes 3 things. It approves and accepts the developer agreement that has been created for you. It approves the form of the agreement with NCDOT, and it allows and authorizes the town manager to negotiate with the developer and with NCDOT to create and comply with those documents and agreements, or modify them as they need to be modified in the future. There are 3 statutes, the general statutes that create the basis and foundation for this opportunity. I won't go into a lot of detail about those, but General Statute 13666-8 authorizes NCDOT to enter into agreements with local municipalities to accelerate programs that are currently programmed for the STIP that are more than 2 years out. General Statute 168-20-1 authorizes the town of Pittsburgh to contract with any entity to carry out any public purpose that the town is authorized by law to engage in. And finally, General Statute 163-09 authorizes the town of Pittsburgh to contract with a developer to make road improvements which are ancillary to a private land development project. So those 3 general statutes in essence form the foundation for this acceleration opportunity. We've also created a developer agreement for you to consider. As I mentioned before, it's an agreement that allows Chatham Park investors to effectively step into the shoes of the town with DOT. The developer would be fully responsible for the cost and construction of the accelerated roadways. It transfers the rights, responsibilities, and obligations of the town of Pittsburgh in their agreement to NCDOT, or your agreement to the developer. It comes at no financial risk or exposure to the town. It effectively allows you to work as a conduit between the developer and NCDOT. The NCDOT agreement acknowledges that the conditions are in place for this roadway to be accelerated. It defines the agreement between the town of Pittsburgh and NCDOT, and it assigns certain rights that NCDOT would transfer the municipality to the developer. It defines the state requirements under which the project would be performed. So bidding, contracting, all of the things related to this process that would allow for reimbursement are clearly defined by NCDOT standards, and that agreement defines the manner in which the developer would work with this process. I don't want to go into any other details unless you have questions as it relates to these documents and these agreements. Tonight was an informational opportunity, and I know you guys have had a long night already. I do want to recognize and ask you to recognize that as we've gone through this process over the last few months, we have consistently received supportive responses from NCDOT about this acceleration process. They've weighed in on the documents and the processes under which the acceleration would be approved and managed. So we've had very good engagement with NCDOT. Just last week, TARPO met. They released a unanimous resolution supporting the acceleration of this project. We believe that the project is in the very best interest of this town, of the existing community and public. I will make myself available to meet with you collectively or individually to answer questions as you may have them. And I would ask that this board take this under consideration and in a formal agenda item at your earliest convenience. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I have a question, please.
It may not be a question, but just on this South Roadway, is this going to include any off ramps or on ramps or anything like that, any secondary roads?
Commissioner Farrell, the area from red, the red alignment here does not include, there may be future roads that will intersect with this as part of the future development of Chatham Park. But there are no overpasses or bridges or ramps other than what may be necessary to, make a creek crossing or something of that nature.
But there'd be a signal controlled intersection with Moncure Pittsburgh Road.
I'm sure that in the future, there would be signalization requirements at both 15501 and also at Pittsburgh Moncure Road at major existing thoroughfare roads now. I'm sure there would be signalization requirements.
And I think continuing on kind of Commissioner Farrell's comment there, in this particular stretch of road shown here, it's obviously all on the Chatham Parks land. I think the feeder roads are where the community has more concerns. So what I would like to ask DOT is that, we engage in a process in the next 6 months of defining what those lines on the map are and if they're real or not, and when they become real, where they're going. We've kind of talked about that before, certainly obviously related to the northern portion of this road, but I want to make sure that those, and agreed, that's not what we're talking about necessarily right now, but this is going to accelerate when those feeder roads are built likely. And so I want to make sure that we're engaged with DOT on the actual path of those roads.
And Commissioner Shipp, to that end, we've asked for a CTP update from DOT, and we requested that over a year ago, and have been told that they will start that in the spring of 23. So that has been, I would say, a shared frustration with ourselves and Chatham Park investors of wanting to see some of that resolved, because we know there's been commentary about that. We understand that there are, be it Chatham Park with the South Village, be it Robeson's Walk, be it other projects in the general vicinity, the Hewitt Pottery and such. We know that there's been calls for more scrutiny and more understanding of what is the actual document going to be. And we've asked for that revision, and due to probably capacity constraints, DOT hasn't been able to commit to that thus far, but we are all eager to see that reconciled. And that's been one of the comments that we've shared with Mr. Mason and the team from Chatham Park is, how do we pursue something like this, knowing that some of the feeder roads into this are cause for concern. And I think one of the main things of this is that if you have the main line, perhaps there's an insinuation of roads feed into it, but that can certainly change. So the main line crossing Chatham Park investors' property only, it's 100% of the right of ways on their property. And then I think that allows some of the conversations we've had previously about roadways to be alleviated in some regard, and then we can focus on the feeder roads as NCDOT has capabilities to review that CTP.
Yeah, I think those are good points, but the acceleration of this road is going to accelerate the problems with the feeder roads. And so if DOT isn't willing or able to update the CTP faster, I think it's still something we need to look at, and we don't want to hear later that, well, your CTP showed this line here, so that's where it's going, particularly if they're not able to update the CTP to match this acceleration.
Sure. Fair point.
Like one small thing about Exhibit A, 4A says the developer or the town will serve as the applicant for the riparian buffer authorization permit. And then Exhibit B says that the town will do it. So I think the town is doing it. We should just clarify that in Exhibit A. And then, Chris, you said that you had talked to the LGC about this. This money sort of washing through the town, we'll say. Does that affect us, or could that affect us on grant applications, loan applications, those type of things as they look at our books and see? I like the way you're shaking your head, Mr. Messick.
It's not debt.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion would be no. I think it would likely be on the books, but you have general budgeting, you have an expense and you have a revenue. So I don't think there would be any ill effect. It may inflate the position on paper of the town in some ways, and that's what I've inquired to the LGC with about how they would look at that.
Or the USDA, maybe.
Sure. But I mean, it would be a restricted revenue.
Yeah.
So it's not like that it's unassigned, unencumbered cash coming into the town as a revenue. It would be shown as restricted cash coming into the town for a restricted project. So it really would.
But it would be a revenue first and expense second, not the other way around.
Right.
Okay.
But as you balance the books, I think it would have no discernible net impact where it would wash out.
Okay.
But I've asked the question I know that was one of the questions that was asked before. I think Commissioner Bonds, I offered that one back a few months ago. And so I've inquired to the LGC and they I made a recent call to them as well, just to see how they would take that. I think we are confident in our assessment of it, but certainly the LGC in their auditing authority kind of usurps what my expertise may be at times.
Sure. And I think there may be like an edge case with some grant that says towns with under $20 million in revenue can apply for this or something like that. Like it could potentially affect us there, but that's an unknown. If we show this as revenue and it's additional.
Most grants I'm familiar with are going to be more centered on population.
Okay.
And less the books. It's really the USDA in particular would be looking at our books, but as a restricted revenue, it would have no bearing on a USDA project, in my opinion, because they wouldn't. I think they would be. I think I would find it strange to try to disqualify us because of financial position that this would propose on paper because of the restrictions of the money whenever it was received as revenue.
Okay. Okay. And then we've talked about this with Mr. Norman before, but I would also want to confirm again, maybe as part of this agreement formally, that the road is built to take truck traffic or, traffic of all types.
Yeah.
And then also that we would be able to redesignate Chatham Parkway as 15501 when it is complete. And what that process would be to do that.
Well, I think I heard tonight on multiple occasions, which is unusual to do a presentation where you have people who are preceding you and doing their presentations, and you have something that you're going to do or you're offering to do that will be a benefit to them, but not only the presenters, but also the gentleman who called in that has the truck traffic I think that's the intent, that this road would alleviate some of those traffic flows. And then at some point in the future, when this road is fully constructed, the impact of taking traffic off of the downtown traffic circle and alleviating that through traffic is just going to be significantly beneficial to the town of Pittsburgh. And the faster we can get started with that, the faster that can occur for your town.
That's probably something we can put into the resolution for the board as a whereas, with the intent there to basically be an offer of dedication of sorts. We can talk with Mr. Norman, and as Mr. Mason said a few moments ago, I've talked with Mr. Norman recently. They remain in support and said, if you want to do it, we're here to do it. If you want to accelerate. And they've also remained in support of relocating 15501 to an alternative route. Obviously they've got requirements there. I think we'd want to ensure that the design requirements of the road that are being submitted by Kimley Horn are adequate enough to take that. I think DOT would want to be aware that that was the intent at the outset, so their review would correspond with that. So we didn't have it reviewed under some other suspicion of what it would be, and then come after that and they go, oh, well, turns out you needed 12-foot lanes instead of 11-foot lanes. We want to make sure that the initial design, not only from a cost consideration of not having redundant designs, but to ensure that it was compatible with what NCDOT would like.
Yeah, and just, I was gonna say, I can speak to one issue that, and Mr. Blanton, who's much more qualified to speak to this than I am, is on the call tonight. But one of the things is that NCDOT standards, including lane width, has changed since the original part of Chatham Parkway was developed. And so the thought is that we would in fact be going, I believe it's to a 12-foot wide lane, Mr. Kennedy. And because of the speed, we still want the ability for bicyclists and others to have utilization of this thoroughfare. But the NCDOT would like to take them off the road and put them in a safer environment on a 10-foot wide multi-use path. And so my understanding is, from the design perspective, that's the direction that this would go in. And then when the widening occurred on the existing section of Chatham Parkway, that would in turn then be extended through that area as well in that manner. Mr. Blanton, did I represent that correctly?
Yes, sir. This is Vance Blanton. You said that exactly right, Mr. Mason.
That's good news too, I think. And I think, I know I've talked about this with DOT, but just to be clear for the public, if we haven't talked about it, I think the redesignation of 15501 would allow us to get truck traffic out of town by prohibiting it from downtown. But I think more important than that, there's some good opportunities for downtown to have better control of our streets, speed limits, lets us do a lot more great things for pedestrians downtown and things like that. And honestly, I don't think much reduction in traffic other than trucks that would then be required to go up Chatham Parkway.
And Commissioner, if I could add some to that. The designation of 15501 and going through the heart of town, there's basically a prohibition on the axles and the weight of vehicles that are allowed to go through town. So if there's an alternative route that accommodates basically, full-scale 18-wheelers, then we would have the greater ability to regulate and honestly regulate out over a certain weight, over a certain number of axles. We would have that ability. Right now, we don't have that because there is no alternative to remove that traffic from downtown and put it somewhere else. We want to displace that, but that's the desire. And having the designation of 15501 relocated would grant us that ability.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And I think based on the current funding that we know about, this is our best alternative for truck traffic around downtown Pittsburgh.
Mr. Mason, one other comment.
Yes, sir.
On the Pittsburgh Moncur intersection here, is it a possibility that I guess that might be in design state? Could that possibly be a overpass versus an intersection? Or would that go into design?
I would have to let Mr. Blanton respond to that question from a design perspective.
Yes, sir. Presently, the traffic forecast, the traffic report for R 5963 does have that as an at-grade intersection. So we don't meet the traffic capacity or the traffic needs that warrant an interchange. So that is an at-grade intersection.
I'm not the right guy to say. Mr. Bland, did you hear his question? He wanted to know if that could somehow be changed, and I'm assuming that warrants would dictate that, and future traffic studies would dictate that. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. I mean, we can have the conversation with DOT to see what it would take. The footprint would be larger, the construction cost, would be larger, but we can have that conversation with the department.
That increased cost would affect the funding in the STIP partially because it's funded at a precise number. And so trying to stay within that target. Again, as Mr. Blanton just said, conversation could be had, but DOT may be a little reluctant to adjust the cost given that they just reprioritize everything and probably are within a exact science and overpasses would be in the millions of dollars.
Just out of curiosity, about how far is this intersection off of Pittsburgh Moncure Road or Moncure Pittsburgh Road? How far down is it? Is it in the neighborhood of Charlie Brooks Road?
Which intersection? The intersection with 15501?
No, the Pittsburgh Moncure Road and the new south.
So Commissioner Farrell, if you look at on the south side, when you see that little wedge, kind of a rectangle cut out.
Yeah.
That's the International Woodyard Road that we were just talking about the other rezoning. So if you think, just a little ways down the road from that.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's actually kind of the parcel that we've identified as a sports complex.
Okay.
It's running around the backside of that parcel.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I'm strongly in favor of accelerating this roadway. We do need it. I said when the Del Webb project was before this board that we need this road before we approve that Del Webb project. 2,200 unit residential community. More dense than Briar Chapel. We definitely need this roadway and we need it sooner than later. I'm in favor of accelerating it. I'm also in favor of accelerating Highway 87, the improvements to Highway 87. And I'm in favor of accelerating the 40-acre sports complex. And I think that we need to think about these things comprehensively.
Mr. Bonas, if I could respond to one thing.
Sure.
When we were going through that rezoning process, we did hear your concerns and the concerns expressed by others about the traffic and the impacts that the Del Webb community would be bringing. We certainly are sensitive to the traffic impacts that a lot of these other projects, VinFast and all of these other things that are coming are bringing to this community. And I hope that the board sees our desire to work with you and accelerate this project as a reflection of us listening to you a few months ago and knowing that that's something that you desired.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Perry. Revelation, Eric Vernon in advance. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Madam Mayor and board, if I may, obviously, I think we had a pretty good conversation on that topic. What do you anticipate the next steps to be? Certainly, there's a resolution, there's draft documents there. Is there any preference this evening that you wish to convey to staff about how to proceed forward and at what timeline?
I would say I'm in strong favor of this too, quickly. I would like to see something added about 15501 and the standards for that. And then also about however we can work with DOT on the feeder roads and the actual paths of the feeder roads. Not that that feeder road process should hold up this project, but it should be accelerated along with this project.
Is there a timeline that's in your mind? Is the in July or August?
I'm not sure that it needs to be that soon necessarily. I mean, it would be great to have the CTP just updated, but I guess I'll leave it to DOT to tell us again what their current timeline is for an updated CTP. And if it doesn't fit with the timeline of this project, then we need to accelerate that portion of the CTP.
Yeah, I mean, and Mr. Mason would probably be able to better elaborate on some of the timelines of still prescribed delivery of the project versus developer anticipated delivery of the project.
Yeah.
And how that would coincide with some of the CTP. I don't think the CTP amendment, because it's a narrow scope. You know, we're not looking at, for what we've requested thus far, we're not looking at the entire jurisdiction. We're basically looking at the vicinity of this roadway. And so I would like to think that that's a month's project for DOT to work through, to go through TARPO, to go to this board and adopt an amendment to that CTP. So by the time, obviously, in most roadway projects that you hear about, right of way is, you know, starts early because it takes time. We don't have to worry about that with this one. So that's been expedited quite a bit, having one landowner being impacted by the roadway as proposed. So I think I don't know, Mr. Mason, if you can highlight, maybe reiterate the STIP program years versus what the developer in a perfect world vacuum would intend to deliver the project, and then how that would, and then we can kind of juxtapose where we think the CTP may align with that.
Yeah, and I think to your point earlier, you know, right-of-way acquisition is usually one of the most challenging things. The other thing is permitting. And in this situation, right-of-way is not scheduled to be acquired until beginning in 2024 through 2025. So that puts construction in 2027. Under the circumstances, and what we would propose to do here is that if the agreements are approved and executed, then we would initiate an expedition of not only the right-of-way process, but the planning and design process with the engineer. We would want them to accelerate that process as rapidly as they could. In our conversations and discussions with NCDOT, one of the things that they emphasized was, and this is part of your package, was the concept of both of phasing the project and also having the town of Pittsburgh serve as the applicant for the 401, 404 permit and the archaeological study, because that allows us to go ahead and start really moving forward in areas where we could operate under a nationwide permit and get started earlier. And then in an area where we may have a creek crossing or an impact, go ahead and start working on the IP for the future. But we've got a period of time to get there. And so the phasing approach allows us to accelerate this entirely, you know, at a faster pace. Now, the design process is designing the entire roadway from 15501 to 64. And that process is effectively already started. But the ability to phase it and construct it makes a whole lot of sense to get this started in a phased application so that we can accelerate permitting. The right of way goes much quicker because there's a single landowner, and we would be ready to get started right away on that. So as far as how much we can pull that forward, it's really determined by those two things. And I think once we had the agreements executed, then we could really see some dramatic acceleration of the time process to get this road started. Mr. Blanton, could you expand on that any further?
You're right. The agreements are step one. That also accelerates or motivates NCDOT to complete their review. Just for example, we submitted the line and grade, so the alignment and the vertical profile to DOT for their review, and they're working on that. But if the agreements were in place, their commitment to the project is stronger because they have a charge number for their own review time, as well as the reviewers that are working on their behalf. But absolutely, permitting would be, the next focus as soon as these developer agreements are in place, with an approach for the project.
I guess I don't know how to quantify this. Like if DOT can tell us that the timeline of the CTP will align with feeder roads, that's good. But the acceleration of this road can be a negative for feeder roads, because I don't want to hear later that, this main road has a curve here, so we can't intersect here, so we got to move this road over here. There's going to be some impact to that. So I don't know how to mitigate that exactly, but I hope I'm being clear on what we want to mitigate to bring back to us.
No, I think
Whatever that is.
I think the elaboration and talking about like the curves of the road, I think makes a lot of sense because of how you want to situate, ingress, egress, driveway cuts into a roadway. This isn't an expressway, freeway type thing where it's a limited access facility. There's going to be curb cuts into it. And obviously every time there's DOT loves to make really straight roads because it allows, again, the Eisenhower approach to roadway building, but also gives you ultimate flexibility about how roads may or may not feed into it. Obviously, as you see here, as the brush stroke on the page here in red shows you how the road kind of makes its way through Chatham Park on property, and intentionally so. That does have some insinuation about how things tie into it. So I think you have a fair point. I would offer or ask if DOT says there's no movement in revision of the CTP, i.e. there won't be a status on the feeder roads for a year. Does that affect this board's desire to accelerate?
Personally, it's okay for me because there's a lot of, in most places, there's a lot of buffer of Chatham Park land along that too. But what I still don't want to hear is we've got to run this secondary land, not through our land here. And I'm not saying that all these feeder roads are not going to, are going to solely be on Chatham Park land. I don't think that's going to happen. But we want to talk about the direction of some of those roads on the current CTP before they're have to be that way because of this road.
In recent memory, we've been held to the lines on the paper in conversation about it. And so I think I'm certainly clear and understanding of your comment and how policy like a CTP and lines on the paper affect policy decisions of the board, and trying to proactively approach that and not feel resigned to saying, well, we didn't get it adjusted in time, so we're beholden to that. I think I understand that. And certainly we'll be working intimately with DOT throughout this process. I'll be reaching out to Mr. Norman. It sounds like the board's in general support. We're not asking for a vote this evening or anything. It's just a conversation topic, but it sounds like the board's in general support of the acceleration. So I'll be talking with Mr. Norman, one, to see how we can incorporate some of the concepts, not only for 15501 and its relocation, but also maybe some of the CTP concepts into action of the board to memorialize what I'm understanding the intent to be. Obviously, you'll have your chance to vote on that and edit and refine that accordingly. But if I'm understanding correctly, I'll ask Mr. Norman for some insight there so we can make some adjustments to the resolution.
I think this all hinges on their timeline for an update of the CTP. if it lines up with everything else here, that's okay. Their delay in updating it is okay. If it doesn't work, then I don't think I still don't think it's a problem for the acceleration, but then I've got a bigger problem with a delay in the CTP for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I guess it can come off as incongruous that DOT is willing to support the acceleration, but not accelerate a step in their court.
Yes.
Because I would, if I'm grasping the acceleration concept as we've discussed it this evening, I would presume that the design work would be completed or pretty well laid out prior to the CTP being complete. I think we would beat construction with CTP adjustment, but I'm not sure we would beat design if we were to open the gate tomorrow.
And I think, Mayor, to get to your point of when we start that, if there's particular things we're concerned about as a board, we can certainly bubble those up on the current CTP. And it's probably that 90% of the current CTP is fine, or 95% in this area particularly. But if there's a particular person or parcel or something that we want them to avoid, I think we could just say that without waiting for an update to the CTP. If that's the only issue, with it in this area.
I think. Okay, well, my concern with that statement is that then falls to either us as board members and mayor, or the citizens who might have the objection about those intersections. Or putting it on our already overburdened staff to do a review of basically a miniature CTP. So, if we're going to do something extraordinary or do something in a different way, because what we're wanting is the CTP to be accelerated, can we ask NCDOT to advance some sort of public input process for those intersections? If not a full-blown CTP. If we're going to do something halfway, let's target it. Let's be laser focused on what the problem is. And the problem is that the public didn't have adequate notice and engagement, let me say. DOT and others claimed that there was plenty of notice because documents were published on our obscure and hard to navigate website. But I think that the problem with the Northwood debacle was that the community was not engaged, actively engaged. And I'm assuming that a CTP would involve community engagement, public engagement. So can we do some different kind of public engagement specific to this project? Root out those problems, contact the neighbors, make sure they know the meeting's happening, have the meeting in public, in person, et cetera, et cetera.
I certainly don't intend to disagree with anything you're saying, because I think everyone in the room agrees with that. I would say on the Chatham Parkway North concept, DOT had public sessions. It was in person. The Northwoods community was in the meeting, was almost really the only conversation had. I was at that public session, and representatives of the project spent the entire time talking about it in the cold for a lot of it, because there was different stations about functions of that road. So I think there's always the idea of having better public engagement, but and I think we always strive to improve that. But in many ways, I'm not sure that there was falling off of that. Mark Preval and others from the community were in that meeting. A design concept was developed in specific relation to the feedback they received during that meeting. That was Alternative 7. again, there's always and there'll probably forever be the argument of the difference between understanding and agreement. Understanding what you think you hear and designing something and agreeing to a concept are two different things. I don't know that DOT can commit to doing anything more innovatively than they did with that one. And it was more of a charrette base, which is typically touted as one of the more productive. It wasn't a lecture. It wasn't, it was a one-on-one opportunity to ask questions, to look at maps, to, be unique with that feedback. And so with any solicitation of public input, there's always a bias. There's, be it the time, be it the location, any of those matters. But it was in town. It was,
During a pandemic, and it was in the 11th hour effectively. The alignment was set, Chris. I don't want to argue with you. I don't, but
sure.
It's clear to me that project could have been done better in terms of public input years prior. Let's not rehash that issue because that's water under the bridge. Let's try and learn from it and try and ask DOT to do.
Understood. And the reason I offer that is that is generally accepted to be one of the more productive things. I think COVID and a pandemic is difficult to assign something with because we're still dealing with that.
I didn't go because of the pandemic.
Right.
I don't want to argue about this, Chris.
Right. But what I'm saying is I would caution us saying, let's find a different approach because that is considered to be one of the more effective approaches.
Okay.
I think there may be circumstances that led to a lack of effectiveness. But if we have the very same meeting at the very same location at the very same time, I would defend that as a productive session.
Okay. Is that the same approach that's going to happen with this? And is that going to precede the CTP?
I think that's to be determined.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking for. If we can't have the CTP accelerated, then let's make sure that we have public input.
On this item?
Yes.
How would you like that to be conducted?
I don't think we need that on this. There's enough room around this road that other roads could be done differently outside of PDD land, if that's what we want to say. And I think whether it's part of the CTP process or part of some separate process, if we want to say as a board, we don't want this road to go on this parcel or on this residence property or wherever that is, we would have to do that as individual board members or take that feedback back because DOT is going to try and build long, straight roads. And they don't know how you feel or I feel about someone who owns that parcel of property right now. So wherever that happens, we would need to take that on individually as work to tell them to avoid a particular parcel if we want them to do that. But I think this acceleration can happen. It just needs, it's on us, I guess, at that point to individually identify those things sooner than we previously would have needed to. But we still would need to do that process if we want to do it.
And Commissioner Shipp, I would caution the board at identifying roadways where they can or where they are to go and where they can't go, because then you're going to get into a taking conversation about taking property or insinuation of taking property without just compensation.
I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying if we want to do that, we have to do it. DOT is not going to do that.
Well, oh yeah, with the MAP Act and the repercussions and fallout of that, they are not going to put any more lines on the paper than they have to, and they will tell you that those lines are not lines as to the ability they can say that there's a roadway going in a vicinity. They're not going to pin it down.
But to add on to that, I think with this situation there at Business 64, and I did blow this picture up, there seems to be some homes in that particular area. So we need to identify what roads those are for sure. If you blow this up, blow it way up. And there, from what I'm looking at, when I blew it up, because I've got it blown up. So it looks like that there are some homes, well, you might not be able to see it up there. That's what it appears like, that there are some homes there where that red line crosses.
That red line crosses on Chatham Park on property.
There's some right here. If you
I
can
think
look-
it's, I think that's just a
It's what-
function of the way the line was drawn, not the actual property itself.
Come and look at this.
I can see what you're
Yeah,
seeing.
can you see what,
Yes,
well, I
ma'am.
can't see it from there.
Well, I can see that it appears that the red line is to the left and maybe
Of-
overlapping the adjacent property.
Right, so is that not the case?
No, ma'am. I think this may be just the way it got drawn by the engineer when they were putting this on here. But
Okay.
emphatically, the right of way, the property that is available for right of way is 100% owned by Chatham Park investors
Just want to
for
make
this
sure,
road.
because we don't want
That's-
any surprises.
No, ma'am. I understand that.
Yes,
So, Mr. Mason, maybe a better way to frame that is that the red line is not indicative of the boundaries of the right of way.
Correct. The red line was an alignment line, not the width of the line of the right of way. So
yes.
forgive me for not being clear about that.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that. But I was just wanting to make sure it's not indicative of how wide it's going to be, certainly. But I did not want it to be on someone's property. And then we have a situation where where it may be that it crosses their property and so forth and so on.
But may I ask Mr. Blanton to comment? Can you comment that the alignment that you've submitted to NCDOT is exclusively on Chatham Park Investor or affiliates property?
Yes, sir, it is. And I just went into the GIS and measured the existing Chatham Park investors property in that location just south of 64 Business is 170 feet wide, and the proposed right of way is 114 feet wide.
That was a great question and great observation. So thank you for bringing that up and
Thank
allowing us to clarify that.
Question was, where next steps, what kind of?
Yes, ma'am. Any expectations from the board? What would you like to see? Obviously, I think we've got some talking points for Mr. Mason and I to go over with our respective legal counsels and obviously with DOT about how we frame some of the documentation. But certainly want to be considerate of the board's understanding and the board's wishes in terms of the process moving forward. Again, I think we collectively appreciate the board's willingness to consider the acceleration, and it sounds like the board's in favor of such, pending, cleaning up of some of the documentation, but also want to, understand that, are we looking at July? Are we looking at a time that we may not know? The direction may be, Chris, whenever you get the proper information from DOT and get documents back to us, we'll be happy to look at that. And that may not be a known date thus far. Certainly there's a tipping point where we're no longer accelerating the road. So it needs to be somewhat in the near future. But just want to, again, like always, be considerate what the board wants to do.
I think Commissioner Ship I think he'd already answered that. Because I think we probably do need to ask DOT for some information. Of course, they're going to say 2023, so forth and so on. So once we get a response from them, regardless of whether it coincides with us trying to be able to accelerate this or not, I think we're going to go forward and accelerate this. But we still want to know what, even if it's way in the future, what their prospective date is.
Okay.
And our July meeting is a month and a half from now.
Yeah.
So it's dependent on the attorneys. But I would presume we could have those questions answered and those things together for that meeting.
I would like to think that by the one meeting we have in July, I think which is on July 25th, my memory serves me correctly, either that meeting or the first meeting in August, that we would have this well buttoned up. And perhaps we can even ask, Mr. Mason and his team to come back and maybe even have Patrick Norman on the call as well, available to the board. So July can be tough. That's why we have one meeting in July, because, vacations and such, and maybe the end of July will be fine. But if the board's okay with that, I think that's a timeline that we're okay with as well. If nothing else, provide a status, of keeping this a current topic, making sure the board's comfortable where we stand. And so I think that's a target we can hit. So if that's good with the board, we'll plan to do that and target either your July or the first meeting in August to come back, and we'll coordinate schedules and make sure that works.
Or even to email updates in the meantime.
Yeah.
I will certainly commit to having our team communicating with you in a timely manner, updating the documents, so that if you did decide to take this into a formal agenda item at that meeting, that we would be prepared to have those documents to you. And certainly can update emails. As I said earlier, when I was closing out the initial part of the presentation, more than happy to meet with you individually or collectively to continue to answer questions that you may have as they arise.
Thank you.
So we'll look to continue communication as well as scheduling this for action in our July.
There's a related uncertainty that I mentioned earlier this evening, and I'd like clarification on that before this comes back for a vote, and that is the question of the dedication of the 40 acres for a sports complex adjacent to this road.
Okay.
Whether or not, a development agreement can have anything in it that two parties would like to agree on. It seems like an appropriate place to put it.
I would offer that we put that in a separate agreement, but I think that could run concurrent, certainly. And I know that we've had continued conversation at the staff level about the North Village small area plan, which included that sports complex with the dedication of that. So certainly we'll talk with Channel Park investors and see if we can get that. I think they'd love to have that dedicated, honestly. Because part of the conclusion of some of that is the delivery of services to serve that site, water and sewer, but they've offered the ability to offer that, reserve that as they accelerate other projects, to put that as kind of a holding. So I don't think we'll have any pushback against that.
Very good.
Well, I think we're ready to proceed then for next week's meeting.
Thank you very much again for your time.
And in a sense, this miscellaneous item goes well with our new business item number 2. And who's going to do the wastewater capacity staff?
Madam Mayor, Engineering Director Kent Jackson is going to provide this report to the board.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. Pleasure to be with you this evening. So it's certainly an exciting time. A lot of opportunities, some challenges. Wastewater being among those challenges at the current time. As you know, wastewater capacity for the town is acutely limited recently. In the past 18 months, staff has brought forward a number of relatively small wastewater allocation requests to the board that have been able to fit within our dwindling capacity. However, we recognize a need to better understand the kind of status of our capacity, our kind of our operating condition. And so that's what we're going to talk about this evening. And there's a multitude of things that go into that. Certainly, a focus is always to talk about the numbers. Okay, how many gallons per day do we have remaining? Which is certainly critically important. That is the regulatory limiting factor. But it's also necessary to review and consider, as I said, the operating condition of the system, to understand the, kind of the day-to-day pinch points and pressures that our operating staff are experiencing, to review policies, both our policies and state policies, review any agreements that we have. And so it's quite involved and lengthy process. However, we have been able to do that over the past several months and have some updates for you tonight. So I'll start with talking, about the numbers. That's what is mostly on the forefront of everyone's mind. So I'm going to try and share my screen if I can get sharing permission. Okay. So here we are without further ado. So, we talk about with, wastewater, we talk about tributary flows, we talk about permitted flows, and we talk about allocations, the primary kind of terminologies. So this table is a current summary and breakout of where we stand in regards to our wastewater treatment plants and its permitted and tributary capacity. So I'll talk about, the first part of the table there, the first line, the tributary flow. So that amount, the 554,000 gallons per day, is from the DMR, NDMR reports that our wastewater staff provides to the state of North Carolina on a monthly basis. And so that number 554 is for the past 12 months up through the end of 2021. The next number in the table, the amount of flow that has been permitted but is not tributary or is not flowing currently. So I obtained this number on back in early part of May from the DEQ DWR permitting branch for that value of almost 121,000 gallons per day. And then, borrowing terminology from DWR, the current total paper flow are those two amounts, the tributary from our DMRs and the flow that has been permitted on paper with the Division of Water Resources. And that total for us currently is just over 675,000 gallons per day. So then I'll jump down to the line third from the bottom, where it talks about the 90% Pittsboro plant capacity. Of course, our total plant capacity from our NPDES permit is 750,000 gallons per day. And there is a North Carolina administrative code about providing for future wastewater flows. It's referred to as the 80-90 rule. And so you can see that our 90% of our plant capacity is 675. And so we right now, between our plant flows, tributary flows, and our permitted flow, we are at that 90% plant capacity. And so looking beyond that, as I mentioned, we have brought forward a number of individually smaller allocation requests over the past 18 months that have not been permitted yet and therefore are not tributary either. And those are totaling just under 22,000 gallons per day now, which brings our, total, what you might call our total approved flow to just under 700,000 gallons per day. So, the significance of these numbers, there are guidelines for, activities, planning, engineering that we are required to undertake based on this 80-90 rule. We are currently meeting those requirements based on the plans and designs that the Wooten Company has worked with the town on for the past several years. So we are not in any type of, certainly not in any type of violation standing. Certainly, as I have talked with the representatives from DWR recently, certainly not in any area of concern as far as they regard our situation. They are aware of our plans that have been approved and are currently being modified to provide, additional wastewater capacity. And then the last line in the table, I added in just, to remind us that, also for the overall town collective, the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center, which, recently came online, has a permitted capacity of 499,000 gallons per day, which is currently is essentially unused except for some very minor startup flows that they are bringing into that plant today. And so I'll pause here for any questions, discussions, comment about the numbers I've just reviewed.
Questions by the board? Second off, we could get Jackson.
Okay. So hearing none, so I talked about that there's, at least two significant parts, to reviewing our system. These numbers, are very important. Also very important is the condition of our operating system. And our plant staff, our collection staff, are just doing a tremendous job to keep us in compliance, to keep our system and residents safe. However, that job becomes more challenging as our system becomes more, reaches closer to our absolute capacity. And for instance, in January of last year, we renewed our NPDES permit, and that permit renewal came with a classification change. The plants are graded in a number system. We had been a class 3 plant operating under the previous NPDES permit, and we are now a class 4 plant for the NPDES permit renewal that we received last year. And while there's not a great increase in requirements, there is some increase in requirements. Which, what does that mean? There's some additional testing that our plant staff is responsible for doing. In this particular one, we have a co-permittee in the case of the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center. So that resulted in some modifications at the plant that also resulted in some changes, additions as far as sampling and working with our new partners as it would be. So I just highlight those things as additional considerations. Certainly the numbers are the thing that kind of carry this at the end of the day, but those other factors are important as we continue to move forward and plan for the future. Lastly, I did want to talk about our policy, or the board's policy, and I'll share this with you for convenience. If you'll recall, in 2019, the board adopted the sewer allocation guidelines to establish, number one, a procedure protocol primarily for how to receive, evaluate, and approve allocation requests. So tonight, we're offering a couple of tweaks to this for the board's consideration. Just things that either have changed process-wise at a staff level, or some kind of features about the guidelines that have been a little cumbersome. So this first one, this item 1D, previously this was tied to construction drawing approval. We have in the past 12 months implemented an additional step of authorization to construct, which is really the more appropriate approval. That's the step we do not want someone to go past, for sure, even if they have their construction drawings approved. Continuing and looking at some other portions. This one, this number 2, part E. So if you'll recall, we have brought forward, staff has brought forward to the board allocation requests as small as 1 or 2 infill single-family building lots, essentially. I think maybe as recent as earlier this year, we maybe did that. That's one of those instances where that seems, the procedure we've had up to now seems too cumbersome in those instances. And so we're suggesting that perhaps the town manager may be authorized to approve these small infill allocation requests for existing lots that fit within current available capacity. So that's another kind of revision to consider. And lastly, here in item 4D, Roman numeral 2, when considering the sewer allocation back in 2019, the board implemented a policy to consider allocation requests up to 110% of the wastewater treatment capacity. It's very clear, understandable, how that came to be. I think back in 2019, we felt that the Sanford Force Main project was well underway, was imminent to be constructed in a short period of time, and so we had the comfort level to put this 110% of capacity in this policy. I think staff now would like to consider removing that part of the guidelines and just working within the state guidelines of the 80-90% rule that I discussed a little bit earlier. So those are kind of the highlights of the couple of revisions. Staff would like to bring back a more comprehensive update to these guidelines in the near future. I think there's a number of things, for us to consider. As you could see from the flow numbers, we have in the range of 50,000 gallons of capacity remaining between kind of where we are and our full treatment plant capacity. And so, we really need some strategic guidelines to inform how we approve any additional allocation request up to that limit, as we plan for and anticipate bringing the force main project back to bid consideration later this year. So, so that's the summary of what I wanted to share with you tonight, and I will try and address any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'll jump right in. I think I missed something as I was typing, furiously trying to record what you were saying. Up on the page above this one, I think you said something about infill, and I missed that.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that up to now, even small infill projects on existing lots, staff has been bringing those to the board for consideration and approval. And I'm suggesting that perhaps some of those small requests that fit within the current available capacity might be approved by the town manager when it's an infill development situation on an existing lot.
Thank you. I like that.
Are there questions for Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
I guess this is noted as a discussion item only, but are you asking for approval of these changes to the sewer allocation policy?
I think our desire tonight was just to get a reaction from the board, about these and other revisions to the allocation guidelines.
I would offer commissionership that regardless of how staff may assign an item on the agenda, for instance, under miscellaneous, the board's, particularly something that doesn't require a public hearing like this would, you're well within your means and abilities to approve this with these amendments if you want to this evening. We can bring that back to you perhaps maybe next meeting on a consent agenda if there's more thought needed. But if the board's ready to act, you can certainly make a motion to adopt this as proposed, and we'll have this on the website.
Yeah, I think we've got larger work ahead of us to figure out what to do for sewer allocation with the hope that there's sewer available on the horizon. That's like a different effort, but
right.
I think for these modifications, I don't see any issue with them.
I don't see any issue, but I do, sorry, just had one question about the allocation request for infill development. Now, you will be keeping a total of that since there's not going to be a letter or anything.
Yes.
And if I may, Ken, on that one, practically the way that's going to work is we still have someone submit a request for allocation. It's still going to be reviewed by engineering. And I'm going to go to Kent and say, Kent, is the tally sheet up to date? Do we have that capacity available? Okay, I feel comfortable to approve it.
Okay.
It's basically just a more expeditious way to approve an item like that without, I mean, even though we have a meeting every 2 weeks, sometimes you can, 2 weeks is 2 weeks, and certainly you've got a lot of items to consider on your agendas. If we can proceed with that more quickly and the capacity is available, that's what we'll do. So I don't think there's any lack of formality in that request. And what you would normally receive, we would have the same documentation. It's just a different approval document.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We still have the sewer allocation queue, is everybody in line with it, right?
And that's the challenging aspect of that, just like it is for the board currently of hard to say, again, the infill being, the kind of the one-off circumstance. If somebody divides a lot or has an existing lot and they thought they could go build on it, versus a subdivision that needs 35,000 gallons. It is in some ways cutting that place in line, but it's also a practical approach to say, well, we can't fulfill the 35,000 gallon request. So what's stopping us from doing the 360 gallon request? Now those add up over time, certainly, but we're currently, looking at a kind of a one-off condition and not, approving 100 infill units. I don't foresee us getting to that level anytime soon.
And I think what we need to work on overall as we progress through these merger talks too, is what is our policy for larger things getting in line, because it doesn't really matter right now that we don't have it or have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, this policy has been in effect for 2.5 years. And I think one of the key concepts that engineering has looked at is the removal of the 110% policy. There's only so many times you can go to that well before you just blatantly exceed your plant capacity. And so I think that's a key consideration of it. And then as we go through more conversations with Sanford and understanding what our agreement of capacities and the timeliness of those capacities, this sewer policy is going to change, I would say at least yearly. Because between now and Christmas, we'll have a better idea. Between Christmas and a year from now, we'll have a better idea. And beyond that, we'll have even greater idea. So we don't intend for it to be too volatile. But again, like anything else with policy, we want to be as reactive as we can be. And as conditions change, we'll keep this policy an active document and adapt accordingly.
Or even proactive.
Heaven forbid. So again, I'll reiterate, if the board's good with that as it's presented, staff wouldn't block you from making a motion on that this evening.
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments to the sewer allocation policy.
I second it.
Moved by Commissioner Shipp, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimous. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Under new business number 2, Jasper Park wastewater displacement reconciliation and Northwest Mason wastewater allocation request. That's now.
Couple minute break.
Oh, we need a couple minutes. You're making that motion.
Yes.
I'll second it.
New business number 2. Section number 2, Chatham Park wastewater displacement reconciliation. Who's going to bring us this?
Madam Mayor, I would offer that we've got representatives on behalf of the request here this evening. And so certainly that we want to be supportive of what the board wants, but I didn't know if you want a formal presentation of sorts on this, or do you want, I presume the board's going over the request in the packet. Would you like more of a Q&A, or do you want some presentation with that?
And it does diligent work with their packet, and it me that questions have to be in order.
Yeah, I mean, if we start with questions and find out that we need to extrapolate more from it, we can certainly backtrack and go that way. But I want to be sensitive to the timeliness of our presentation with this, given the hour. But we've got myself, obviously Mr. Kent Jackson on the call. We've got Robbie Oldham with Withers Ravenel, who has spent a lot of work on this. Mr. Kirk Bradley on behalf of the Northwood side, and Mr. Tim Smith for Chatham Park Investors. So it's really kind of 2 requests combined into one. And again, we're happy to entertain any questions about how to improve any clarity or any other desires with this.
First of all, does China need to have the resilience award for staying for the rest of the agenda? So we first recognize that, and then what we then launch questions that the board might have or request for clarification.
I have one quick question. If you divert the 91,000 plus, what about the remainder? Does that just stay with the other project? Because you say you just wanted to
Good evening, and Robbie Owen, Withers Ravenel on behalf of CPI, but I'll say, Mary Perry, it's good to see everybody, even at this late hour. I will say it's been, like sometimes say, it's been a couple of years, but so Commissioner Baldwin, to answer your question, the diversion is 121,000.
Okay.
You've got it in front of you, the exact number. What we're looking at is, so that diversion is 121,000, but we're looking to reserve approximately 29,000 for future Chatham Park projects that's in the Vineyards area. So that leaves the remainder that we're proposing to allow for Northwood Landing.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
asking.
so that, there were some questions about that today as well. So, and I would also say, I know Mr. Kent Jackson's on the call. It's his memo, and we've talked today about it, and then he may want to present and go through his memo too, but that's totally up to Mr. Kent and Mr. Jackson, so.
Okay.
I'm good, Robbie. Just keep going.
Yeah.
This is sort of like Robin Peter and Paul, right?
I don't know if I want to say it that way, but.
Who's getting robbed? Get on. So I think that's part of the request is looking at the diversion, and Robbie's been working with staff, obviously, and Brian Blake with McKim and Creed. Brian's now since retired. We started this conversation almost a year ago, looking at trying to get the water recovery center online and diverting flow to put the quote unquote bugs into the plant to properly treat sewer. So we diverted initial flow from what was originally tributary to our plant to the water recovery center to help support that. And since then have looked at, and that was approximately 15,000 gallons to start with, but looked at a greater diversion and really displacement of flow. And so the kind of the hierarchy of steps here is that there's an accounting, and why we've kind of called it a reconciliation of flow being tributary to one plant versus another and swapping that. And including with that swap is honoring that displaced amount. And so basically that would provide flow allocation on paper, so to speak, to Chatham Park investors, who is then looking to in turn provide that to Northwood MUPD, because they would be naturally tributary to our plant. And so it's two requests kind of bundled into one. But the overall premise of the first step is to say, okay, there's an exchange of sewer amongst the two plants, and then an application of what happens when that is then exchanged. You agree?
Yeah, exactly. I would just add to that, and we don't have a formal presentation again. I know Mr. Jackson could go through this, but just to give some, I guess, context and some background, or, because some people ask, how do we come in here? Why are we going through this exercise? Well, the reason we are is because the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center came online in December. So we knew, with that coming online and the CLLC pump station, which is at the end of Russet Run, that's being diverted to the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center. So we knew that was, we were going to go through that process, and it was, we've had these conversations going back to 2017, 2018 with town staff. At that time, we were working with Elizabeth Goodson, Jeff Jones, and even with Ms. Goodson at that point said, hey, the town needs to look at doing Chatham Park needs to be doing a utility master plan for North Village. So that was prepared in 2018, approved in 2019. And that plan, which was approved by the town, shows this diversion of Chatham, of the CLOC pump station, with this existing town flow going to the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center. So that's the reason we're having these conversations. I would also just like to add that the allocations, I went back and looked. I mean, we started requesting flow allocations from the town back in 2014. That's hard to believe, but we really, these are some smaller requests, and some larger requests came along in 2017. And as you may recall, whether it was the Vineyards or Mosaic, some of those requests were significant. And the town, instead of granting the full allocation at that point, the town granted partial allocations. And I think the board was appreciative, and I know Mr. Bradley, he can speak to Mosaic, said, okay, we can work with that and just help us get along. So there you go. Thank you, Chris. And I know the colors are hard to see on the screen up there, but if you look where it says Mosaic and these other Lot 8 hospice and those areas that's shaded in green up there, and then we have the 5.1 more shaded in green. That is the request we're talking about. It's basically that sewer flow. We're not asking for any more allocation. I just be clear about that. It's basically allocation that was, it's either already tributaries, already permitted, and it's already allocated to the town's wastewater treatment plant. So it's the two areas that you see here in the green. That's basically 121,000. That is now being diverted as of end of December, 1st of the year, to the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center. So, that, and really, and again, I think some questions have been asked, well, when did, the Chatham Park, the town decided to do that? And that goes back, like I said, 2017, with the approval of the CLA pump station improvements, as well as the Chatham Park Master Utility Plan. So this has been in the works for a while. The reason that we're bringing it to you now is because, again, we knew once the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center came online, as well as the CLOC pump station, that we need to do a reconciliation to figure out what flow was being taken from the town's wastewater treatment plant. So that, I just want to explain, that's how we got here. So I know there were some questions about that.
Other questions, Robbie?
And so if I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, Robbie. I think that was very helpful, but I'm still trying to understand it. We approved this reconciliation and allocation for 91,735. Is that right? That's what's requested.
That is correct. That's the bottom line of the.
Yeah, so that's the request from Northwood MUPD.
So let me, I'll clarify. The request from Northwood MUPD exceeds the 91,735. The significance of that is we are, because of our, capacity limitation that we talked about just before this, we were only comfortable with the amount that could essentially be offset, which is the 91,735. So that number keeps it neutral. Basically, there's no additional allocation at that number.
Okay. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Further questions for Robbie or Skip?
Well, I guess what I was hoping to understand, and I think I've understood clearly now, the answer is no, whether or not there might be anything additional that this governing board could direct to certain favored projects like affordable housing. But I'm hearing you say that we're not even able to give Northwood what they're asking. So 91,735 is the cap. That's as much as we can give. Is that right, Mr. Kent?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make a point. Part of this will go to assist with building apartments in the
That's right.
Northwood Landing, and we're going to dedicate 10% of those units, about 31 units, to the workforce, in the workforce category, workforce housing. So some affordable housing will be part of this allocation.
Okay, workforce, what market rate? Is that right? Market rate workforce?
Yeah, market rate work. The definition.
For the policy.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna make the motion. but
Okay.
you go.
go on.
Motion, let's see. Motion to approve the Chatham Park wastewater displacement reconciliation and Northwood Landing wastewater allocation request.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, those in favor of this reconciliation and allocation request, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have a plaque for us for Tim homes. They're located almost directly above the Knight Park. And our 4.25 acre parcels in residential town and lots is
Madam Mayor, I believe Miss Molly Boyle, our project planner, is on the call for this.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
we can.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, everyone. I know it's late, so I'll try to roll through this as fast as I can. And it looks like I'll need someone else to, okay, there we go. Just needed someone to stop sharing their screen so I can go ahead and share. And like I was saying, I'll go ahead and try to roll through this as quick as I can. You might see me skip over some slides if I think I can skip over them in the interest of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you might like that. All right, everyone. Again, thank you. Nice to see you. I'm Molly Boyle, the planning project manager here at the town of Pittsboro. And tonight I'll be giving the staff analysis for Chatham Park Section 5.1 Central Townhomes. This is a major subdivision preliminary plat request. To go over the proposal a little bit, this is a major subdivision because in the Unified Development Ordinance, anything that is over 5 lots is considered a major subdivision. And the parcel proposed for subdivision is located in section 5.1 of the Chatham Park Plan Development District. So it's subject to the master plan, the additional elements, and the North Village Small Area Plan. The parcel in particular is 94583. This is a 4.25 acre parcel off of Vine Parkway. And the applicant is proposing to subdivide a 1.13 acre portion of that parcel to create 10 residential townhome lots. And each of those lots is going to be about 3,400 square feet in area. This item went to the planning board in May, and they unanimously recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. This is just a vicinity map here to help everybody understand where the subdivision is in relation to everything else in town. We have the traffic circle, East Street, Thompson Street here, Vine Parkway here, and the parcel is outlined in red. It's just north of Night Farm Community Park, and the parcel in question is also the site for the 5.1 amenity center. And part of what the subdivision will do will be to separate that non-residential use from the proposed residential use for the residential townhomes there. And before I start this part, I will pull up the subdivision plan. This is page C31 in the packet. You'll see here, here's Vine Parkway. This is the amenity center that I was talking about. This is Paddles Way, and this is a parking lot here. You may remember this. It looks like this was reviewed by the board back in May, I think on the same night that the was adopted. And then up here, this is where the townhomes are. I'll zoom in on them a little bit so everyone can see a bit better. This is a private road here, Explorer Lane. There's a T-turnaround, your 10 residential townhome lots. And then landscaping buffers, you have 20 foot here, 10 foot here, and 5 foot on the other side. This meets the landscaping requirements and the buffer requirements based on the Chatham Park landscaping element. So we will go here, and in terms of water and sewer, the applicant is requesting service from the town of Pittsboro. When you just discussed Northwood and there was the 91,000 being allocated to Northwood for the sewer reallocation, this is some of the additional future development that's also included in that sewer reallocation request. It's listed as amenity site 10 townhomes. This used to be called the amenity townhomes. They changed the name to the central townhomes. But again, this is part of that sewer reallocation request. For this particular project, it would only need 1,800 gallons, 1,800 gallons per day. In terms of open space and parkland, since the project size is so small, the applicant isn't required to provide much in the way of open space and parkland. It's specifically 0.1 acres of open space and 0.4 acres of parkland. And they've actually already met these requirements offsite. They currently have a surplus of provided parkland and open space in the rest of Chatham Park. In terms of access and parking, they're proposing private roads. So they'll be maintained not by Town of Pittsboro or NCDOT. Those will be maintained privately. And the plan shows 25 parking spaces with only 23 required. So there's an additional 2 spaces. That's 2 spaces per lot, and then an additional 5 by the mail kiosk. Staff has also reviewed this proposal for consistency with the various Pittsboro strategic plans, the comprehensive transportation plan, the bike and ped plan, and the Parks and Rec master plan. None of these plans have recommended any kind of improvements for this particular site, so the application is found to be consistent. And with that, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen. And if the applicant has anything they'd like to add, or if the board would like to ask questions, I'll turn it over now.
Thank you, Molly. Are there questions to be asked or answered?
I just have one question. I'm on the flow factor, 60 gallons per day. I thought that was supposed to be 90 if it was on the I know where we get 60 from, I guess is what I'm asking.
This is Alicia Albany with Withers Ravenel, and I'll just weigh in here. We actually had the flow reduction that was applied for by Chatham Park investors several years ago. And that allows the bedroom count go to be reduced from 120 to 60 gallons per day per bedroom.
I didn't hear that much of that.
So what Ms. Albini was talking about is the, for projects that flow to the Water Recovery Center, the state has approved a 50% reduction from the 2T rules.
Oh, okay.
So typically we look at 120 gallons a day per bedroom, where we go to 360 gallons for a 3-bedroom home. Chatham Park has a 50% reduction, so we've gone from 120 to 60.
Okay.
Any other questions, or is there a motion?
Is everyone comfortable with it? I move that we approve it.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wise, seconded by Commissioner Carroll. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. I believe there was some discussions. Hallway during the break. Talk very briefly. So, and how there has been some thought about accepting zoning requests when we are unable to provide sewer. Would you like to articulate that better than I do?
Sure, I'll try. I mean, I think we've essentially or actually denied the last 3 rezonings that have come to us. And so I think for next meeting, we should probably have some more formal discussion about that. I think related to sewer capacity and also to the future land use plan and what those mean for each other, or, you know, what those mean particularly in regards to rezoning. So I think if we just put it on the agenda for discussion next meeting, to provide, particularly to provide clarity to applicants, and, you know, be mindful of staff time and applicant time and planning board time, and all those things.
I think it's a very good point, Commissioner Shipp, and I appreciate you bringing it up. And after we'd talked earlier today, I recognize that I've been stewing on this or brewing on this for some time, thinking, well, if we're in a de facto moratorium, then why don't we just be explicitly clear with the public, especially given the fact that we're all uncomfortable with our current, very old and outdated land use plan. We intend to and have contracted to revise our future land use plan. Then maybe we should just be explicit with a moratorium.
Well, I think that's a big word that I've used, but specifically for rezonings in my mind, and not for development of as is currently zoned, would be the difference in my mind. And I know there's some opinions on what we can do related to that. That may be a resolution or a moratorium or whatever that is, but kind of make clear our guidance of what we'd like to do as a board, rather than, and there's certainly other reasons for some of our decisions, but provide some guidance for the next 6 or so months about rezoning. I think would be good.
Would it make sense to try to get this put into a coherent and consolidated form so that the board has options laid out for us?
Yeah, Chris, can you do that, please?
Yeah. Or Mr. Messick?
Yeah.
If there are legal options and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the moratorium conversation is going to get into, what type of permit that is or is not to be considered as, which is what we normally would have a moratorium against. So I think what we can prepare is some sync notes on kind of what would be available to the board. Certainly, if there's a resolution that the board wishes to adopt. I think Mr. Messick and I could take a stab at that and provide it to you to comment accordingly or to request edits to. I do think it's important for, everybody we deal with knows our water and sewer capacity, but everyone's trying to get that place in line. And so that's created a weird or awkward at times uncertainty because everyone is hedging their bets that we're going to get to that level where we're going to have those capacities. We're certainly working towards that with probably a more hopeful approach that that'll be sooner than not. And so I think for a long time, we wanted to facilitate it with anticipation that we're going to have it delivered. I mean, that's why you have a sewer allocation policy that contemplated 110%.
Yep.
It was saying that we want to continue to greenlight projects, knowing that tributary flow will not match paper flow, and that by the time that we end up at a point of, true reconciliation, that we'll have that fix. And certainly we've missed that target in many ways. And so, more succinctly, yes, Mr. Messick and I will put our brains together and we'll try to provide the board something more concrete and something that you can have perhaps a more intentional conversation on, not just talking about the generalities of it, but saying, hey, this is an actual document and here are the advice of Mr. Messick and I of saying, I would discourage this, or if you want to do this, I would encourage you to go that route with it.
I think it would be related to an updated allocation policy or a get in line policy, whatever that is, because like you said, that's a big unknown now that, applicants are trying to gamble with essentially. I mean, we don't know how that's going to work because we don't know when we're going to have capacity. But
I would offer, if the board said there is no line, that the board is going to choose who gets water and sewer like they do basically today, that if there is no line to get into, that cures that.
But a rezoning does not get you in line. A rezoning could be considered to be speculative. You're
Right.
taking a chance.
Yeah.
And the town has had to deal with that for eons. And people always want to get ahead of the curve by getting their commercially zoned property, just in case something turns up and somebody wants to pay big bucks. So that's always been an issue. When you all are taking an oath not to be arbitrary or capricious, and to say no just because you want to say no without some basis for it is, that's a problem. Sewer is a definable issue that you can have a moratorium based on sewer. We've done it many times. A land use plan is not the same. And I know you all have faith in this plan, but it may not be any more helpful than the current plan. Anyway, I think you can say no if you have good grounds like you have tonight. Or you can say no because of no sewer. But it's a little iffy just to say no because you're waiting on a plan. You may not ever adopt a plan. I mean, the law says you're supposed to have one in 2 weeks, but other than that, that's another problem. Anyway, there's a lot of issues to this.
right. And a difference to me is that we have it under contract now after 11 years or how many that it's been. Understood, we don't have to follow it or anything else. And I think we've certainly sent a message, good or bad, by denying the last 3 rezonings. But I think it's prudent to be more forthright about that, maybe, if we can.
I think even a conversation like this is a shot across the bow to let folks know that, this is for the foreseeable future, that there's going to be a shift in how we have to accept applications. And certainly at the staff level, it's challenging because you try to be that conduit between the applicant and the board, and you try to impart information upon applicants and say, hey, this is the pulse that we have for our board at this time. And the more that this conversation gets strained, not from amongst individuals, but just not knowing when, makes that tougher for staff to navigate some of these things. So having better clarity from the board, whether there's formal action or not, is helpful. Because we can simply say, hey, go listen to from 11:40 on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Yeah, go put it on YouTube and we can send people back to this. Just that alone helps folks understand that this isn't staff blockading something. This is more than that.
And the staff can tell that, an applicant, what the temperature of the board is, and what your attitude and all that sort of thing. Applicants still can file, still can pursue, and still get turned down. But, if there's enough negativity through the staff level, then probably a lot of people will just say, I'll wait and see.
And there's the likelihood of someone who has allocation. I can't speak to what that project may or may not be. And I'm speaking in generalities, but someone could have allocation and want to rezone property. Is there a prohibition on that? So I think there would be some nuance to it as well.
Quasi judicial issues be different too.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't be arbitrary and capricious there.
But during one of the breaks, we consulted a bit about meeting length and starting times, and decided that it worked really nicely to start at 6 o'clock. Of course, it sort of like a show, are you here till 10 or 11 or start at 7 or 6, but if you felt that, especially not in some, when we have a particularly large agenda, if you want to start at 6, we can make that work.
Okay. And I think that's up to the board.
Well, and John Bonnet particularly needs to know ahead of time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I would say the county has kind of a workshop before their regular meetings, and that time floats.
Yeah.
I would argue that if the board wants to start earlier, and there's probably some conversation about expanding gas theory with that too. But I don't think there's anything that we need to do other than, I think the board could just simply adopt a new schedule and just start at 6. I don't know that it needs to be ad hoc. I think you could just set a schedule and say, if it's convenient to the board, you just start at 6.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Bonds? Is that
Thank you for
what you mean
asking.
by notice?
Mondays, I'm working in Raleigh, and so it does require that I plan in advance. Yeah, I think that I'd favor it far more if it were on a case-by-case basis when we knew that we had a larger agenda.
This could be part of, if we could shift to call it a longer and shorter meeting, and one a month starts
Sure.
at 6 and is longer, and one starts at 7 and is shorter. And I'll leave that up to you to make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah, and if the board's direction is that's not difficult to do. I think the benefit of having 2 meetings a month is that even someone who has an expectation of being on the next agenda, if we displace them to the one 2 weeks later, it's just 2 weeks later. Everyone, I can't tell you how many times I've been told in my career that this is emergent, and 6 months later, they haven't moved the first pencil on the project. So again, I think 2 meetings a month that are both business meetings where action is taken by the board. One thing to consider that we talked about, and it was probably actually predates Mayor Perry and Commissioner Vose's tenure on the board, is by law, we're only required to have public comment once a month. And that's only if you have a meeting. There's many boards across the state. I don't know how they handle their May and September, but they take the summer off and don't have any meetings whatsoever.
Yeah. What towns are those?
That'd be the one where you want to skip the one right before you start that and the one when you get back from it. But there's many ways to go about how you design your meetings. And so if the board would like me to, I won't say trial run, but alter the agendas to have one lighter and one heavier and start the lighter one at 7 and a heavier one at 6. I think that's easily done. And what we can do is certainly communicate that to applicants, let them know that. And I think also too, we want to be, as we talked about before, we talked about location, and Commissioner Farrell brought this up in his, commissioner comments at the outset, is I think there's consistency so people know when and where to show up. I think once you develop a pattern, they'll figure it out for sure. But you don't want to be at 6 and then at 7 and then at 4 and then, where people are kind of chasing it down. Now, other people will look at public notices and work through those things. And I think, Colby Sawyer's effort with us as PO and pushing out the agenda stuff more intentionally with his position as PO is going to help with some of those things. But I'll tinker with the agendas and we'll get set up in that direction.
Positive feedback from the time limits on the county meeting you all had? Like to try to have time limits set in the agenda?
With their time limits that they gave with respect to their moving out to.
No, the time limits on the agenda.
So on the agenda,
20 minutes for this, 20 minutes.
It actually had time slots. My honest opinion, it was just sheer magic that we happened to coincide with that. I don't think it was any guidance by anybody chairing the meeting or anybody trying to restrain themselves. I think that it was just pure happenstance that it got lined up.
I think I would agree part of that serendipitous, but I would also tell you, and Shorty can vouch for this. I know exactly within about when you're going to hit an item on an agenda. And I shape agendas intentionally with that in many ways to understand when you're going to hit it and how to prepare accordingly with it. Now, there's no time on the agenda as you see it. But if you ask me, I can tell you about what time I think you're going to get to it. So timing is certainly a factor in that. I think part of the conversation, to Mr. Messick's point with that, is you can set time limits where you simply move on and say anything beyond this amount of time is diminishing returns for this evening, and we automatically continue to the next meeting. Whenever that, again, maybe that gets moved to the heavy agenda still, so maybe a month, but again, it's 30 days. There's also consideration too, and we've actually had at staff level as recently as this morning, of is there a maximum number of public hearings we wish to have? Certainly staff has only a limited capacity to process so many items for public hearing, but there's also a amount of capacity that the board has in reviewing at a certain meeting. And it's not, as much as it may seem like, well, I want to get on the next agenda as I can, it's also not fair to applicants to sit through 6 hours of a meeting and the board goes, I am spent. We can just not process this. If I was an applicant, I think I'd rather just wait 2 weeks and be processed accordingly that way. So I think there's some conversations there about where do we cap a meeting in terms of public hearings before we move on to the next one, simply because we want the board, the public, staff, everyone involved to be clear-headed the whole way through the process and deliberation of any item.
Well, probably the mechanics of it to you, but I think we expressed concern tonight about opening fully to the public as well as lesser and greater meetings. And was there a recommendation that we do one at the historic courthouse?
That was just a suggestion if we had a larger or longer agenda.
Yeah.
And like, we might have had more people from Park Drive at a meeting if we'd have been in person. Like, 58 people on a petition. I'm sure more than 3 was spoke.
Yeah.
That's just my problem.
And I would offer too, one, I'll ask a quick question and talk over your response time. But the like this setup here, obviously conducive for a meeting like this. We can manipulate the setup for public here. The courthouse sits up pretty well for public. Obviously, because it's set up in that kind of forum. So we could certainly look at the availability both of this space and the courthouse. Obviously, the reason we weren't fully at the courthouse is because of the school board meeting. But we can just manipulate our schedule around them and make that the longer meeting with anticipated more public input, and then handle quote unquote more benign business or more expedient business in kind of this format here.
I love our courthouse. It's a beautiful facility. I love meeting there. But I have real concerns about the fact that we can't do a hybrid meeting in that building. And I think we've revisited that question several times, and I think it's still, the answer is that we can't. And there are people who, for health reasons, are still avoiding public meetings, and I would like us to facilitate their participation in every meeting.
I agree. I mean, I think the AV here has gone really well. So thank you. And, you know, that it is not good at the courthouse, just from viewing and also from a hybrid perspective. But I would, and I don't know this facility that well, but I would think if we open, you know, if we have more people and we open that door and they can sit over there or over that way, we could have this same setup and still have the public, you know, a large amount of public here if they wanted to be here. So
In terms of feedback, it's a good attention, but I like this best.
yes. And then, and from a consistency perspective, it's either 6 or 7 p.m., I guess, but it's always here, not, you know, third Thursday or third Monday or whatever day we meet is at the courthouse, and, you know, so.
Yeah, but I like this setup too, but I really don't like having my back to the public or applicants.
I mean, I think if we could go that way with the public and have them, it's got to be something maybe for them to see the screen, but.
Yeah.
What we did originally pre-COVID, when we had the board meetings that were too large for the historic courthouse. We put the board on the stage, and then we had a monitor in front of them, so the board saw the monitor. They were facing the public, and the public saw the screens.
Is the stage big enough for us to do a U? I don't know if there's a huge price difference between that room and this, but.
We can these are logistics.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I would say, we have a meeting in 2 weeks, and we certainly want to represent whether we're going to be full public or not. I appreciate the continuation of a hybrid approach, and I'm going to contact Lindsay with the county as well and see if the AV restrictions or constraints that we had last year remain the same, because we tried that for the July meeting last year and went immediately back to, you know, we had a 10-minute meeting, and that was part of the problem, is that the hybrid quality wasn't great there. And so I'll check in with Lindsay and see if there's any improvements that have been made in the interim. But if I presume we'll still be here, because basically I need to work with you about the setup. Do we want to continue like this for another meeting, or do we want to look at any public that wishes to attend may attend? We'll still have the Zoom component, but if we do that, then we have to factor in, you know, a decent number of chairs, just in anticipation that someone's going to be there.
I want to be mindful of the fact that you're still without a town clerk.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to put a lot of pressure on you to make significant dramatic changes before the next meeting.
Okay.
But I would say too, if we said, I definitely agree with that, but I also think if we said public can attend the next meeting, I don't think we're going to get a crush of people for our next meeting, particularly if we continue to have good AV. I'd rather sit home on my couch and have whatever beverage I feel like watching this, if I want to watch it live. So I think, you know, it's hard to tell what we'll see until we open it up and until we have specific topics on the agenda, frankly, too.
Well, I think that could be a conversation too about if we can tailor it, because I think the first opportunity for us to really tinker with the setup is August. Because in terms of like light meeting, heavy meeting, because otherwise we've already got things set up in the queue for the 27th. Then you're going to go a month before another meeting. So that's going to inherently be your long meeting for July. And so it would end up being then tinkering with the 2 August meetings to determine what's a short and what's a long. And that could, again, where you say, if it's a long meeting, let's go into the space next door. For the short meeting, let's contract back to this current configuration, because we're not going to have, public engagement per se. We're just going to be open for public review of the meeting itself with limited action, because the public solicitation, the comments, through the public hearings and such, that's what's going to expand that timeline. So we would basically try to clear an agenda where it's heavy consent. It's probably some conversation for miscellaneous, maybe some new business like we have with the preliminary plat, where, you're not asking for public comment, but everything else would get moved to a longer meeting.
I do think if we open it up to the public, we have to be in a large place.
Yeah.
And even if it's a light agenda, and if we say it's open to the public, we still need to be in a large place.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes, but I think you're right. I think August is going to be the first opportunity to really be creative. And since it's after 12 now, and any of us that might turn into a pumpkin, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
May I express a concern? The agenda item regarding the acceleration tonight raised in my mind again the question of the bonus allocation. And so I would very much like, Mr. Kennedy, if you could please put that in a memo for the next meeting. What do we expect in terms of bonus allocation for the next foreseeable future? And what are the estimates, round figures, and what is the estimated timing based on whatever data you can get out of DOT?
I think I can answer that now. There's only one project that includes bonus allocation, and that bonus allocation is an in-kind improvement from Chatham Park investors. So they're looking to take, I think it's $4.5 million, and put that towards a DOT facility, which they've envisioned to be Eubanks Road. So in terms of how that money goes through, we have an agreement with Chatham Park investors that basically says that money comes back to them, and that the town does not, even though from a DOT policy perspective, the town is the conduit to facilitate the bonus allocation. The town has an agreement with Chatham Park that Chatham Park gets to decide where that goes.
That's not my understanding of that document. That was a letter to this board, and this board did not respond affirmatively, Chris. It's on the record.
Okay.
We did not agree with that. The board has never formally agreed with that. It's not been put to a vote. Mayor Perry, you were witness to this. You remember it. The letter was written to Mr. Grusbeck. We do not have that agreement. They have said that we have that agreement. I said in public session, we don't have that agreement. NCDOT said that we have that agreement. That is not an agreement. This board was not in agreement about that. So I think that there's more to it than that as well. I think that the bonus allocation is going to show up again with Chatham Parkway South. And I think we need to have clear vision about this.
I can confirm there isn't a bonus allocation request with Chatham Parkway South.
They may not have made the request, but I think that there's going to be an allocation made.
Different statute entirely. The acceleration is a 100% reimbursement. Whereas with the bonus allocation that we currently have approved, there's Chatham Park is losing money to accelerate that by they're having an expenditure. This is a different statute that is a full reimbursement. So in the conversations that we've had, there's been zero conversation about a bonus allocation.
I'm not surprised. As I read that memo and those associated documents, there was no mention of the land value. And the bonus allocation transaction for Chatham Parkway North had to do with the value of the land.
Well, with the acceleration project, Chatham Park will assign a land value to basically the easement in which the right of way is placed upon, and that they will get paid that amount because DOT would have to pay them for it otherwise. And so they'll go into the reimbursement. So if you look at a $65 million project, let's say that's $5 million for right of way, just throw a generic number out, then that's $5 million that is never really paid out in advance, but it would be reimbursed because it's subject as an expense. Again, Mr. Messick, I don't know if you recall, I mean,
That's discussed in the agreement.
Right.
That process and the value of that land.
Right. To the conversations I've been exposed to, at least, I don't think I don't know if we'll deal with another bonus allocation besides the one we have, because this acceleration statute is actually much more advantageous because it's 100% reimbursement instead of 50 cents on the dollar. So I think we'll be talking about just the one we have in play now. I don't think there'll be another one. I can certainly verify the previous documents provided to the board.
I think the question goes to NCDOT. Question is, that statute for the acceleration program, does that have any impact on or bearing on a potential bonus allocation for the land value?
Okay, I can ask that.
I would appreciate that. I mean, we've got to find some way to get Highway 87 back on the STIP. And bonus allocation was given to the town. The board has seen fit in the past to give that 100% of it to Chatham Park investors. That is clearly a board decision. We're not obligated by any prior letters because we didn't assent to that letter. We explicitly did not assent to that letter or consent to the letter. I mean, and I'm sorry that you've been misled that we did agree to that letter, because it's in the public record. We did not.
In my recollection of that, is going through previous board packets that certainly predate my tenure here, that had a resolution for the board to adopt. I'll have to go through a resolution and ordinance book and see. That's what I'll go back to and see what the record is on that. But it was not simple, the letter. It was a resolution that was, I think, presented to the board. And again, that my memory isn't exact because I wasn't
My
here.
memory may be failing me as well.
So I'll pull what we have and provide that to the board, and certainly, we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it was. So moved. Well, let's go.